Alright, what's up guys? Today we are going to be going through Trent Horn's video, but I've got some stuff that's up in the background and I want to make sure that everything's okay. So let's go through it. Hello, 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 hello. Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. 7, 8. 8. 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. The price is wrong, Bob? What do you mean the price is wrong? He said the price is wrong. He said the price is wrong. What do you mean by that? What do you even mean by that? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Let me know. He just repeated it again, bro. Caleb, what's your problem? I'm too young. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. You're an old man, bro. I don't want to hear it from you, bro. You're an uncle. It's all about you, bro. Mum's life. Anyways, let's get the live numbers up, man. Let's you guys do what you do. Oh, Price is Right. Oh, Price is Right. Okay, cool. Anyways, I was looking for my little thing that I took from my brother. So we're gonna be streaming. So here's the thing, guys. Yeah. So I actually like most of Trent Horn's videos. I think Trent Horn's videos are very, very good, very informative. I really like the guy, and he's one of the best apologists out there. Very, very nice guy. Always tries to keep things above board. Always tries to keep things really nice. So I don't have like a bad, like, impious thing to say about Trent Horn. That said, I think there are things that are a bit inaccurate. And because of the size of his platform, a lot of people are too like uncritical to check the stuff that he does. Anyway, so this is his video on whether Christians and Muslims worship the same God, and this is his take. So I'm literally going to whiz through this video and just go through certain points, things that I think is good, things that I think is bad, things that actually will help improve this conversation on whether Christians and Muslims worship the same God, and more importantly, how to dialogue with Muslims given this topic. Like, you know, there is an aspect in which, right, people should be kinder to Muslims in that they do have the same God as us. That's just true. Like, Muslims and Christians do have the same God. But I don't know. More importantly, our letters mental objects. Okay, if you guys don't know, yeah, flipping Anas guy was an idiot, innit? he said something really dumb. That's funny. But I want to show from like sort of like the data that because the history between Islam and Christianity is so like really fierce, there seems to be this necessary position that people want to sort of move away from. And I don't want to be those kinds of people to just move away from those positions. A is a platonic entity, did you know? And bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's it's true. Anyways, with all that good stuff, if you do want to help donate, please go to streamlabs.com/SIIG10/tip. And that's literally going to just help us make sure that we can raise enough money to put me through school and things like this, and like clean up my house and stuff. So if you do feel like you want to help, you want to contribute to the stuff, feel free to do so. I always say that because I want people to be aware of it, but you don't have to. If you're just happy with leaving a like, make sure you leave a like, and make sure you comment as well. More comments means that more people get to see cool stuff like this that you randomly stepped into. So thank you. All right, with that out of the way, let's get through to this video. As you can see, video has been watched. This video has not been watched. Where is it?
A discussion online related to the question, do Christians and Muslims worship the same God? The discussion was spurred on by a debate on the Tim Pool podcast and a debate on Capturing Christianity, where the Eastern Orthodox guest used it to argue that Catholicism is false. I wasn't planning to...
By the way, I don't even care about the whole like Catholicism being false thing. I just don't think that the way that we have a lot of polemics out there now and apologetic schemes, like it doesn't seem to make sense with the context of the conversations that people generally have to say that, oh yeah, but we're all just worshiping the same thing. I just don't think that it's genuine to the people that are having these conversations.
On addressing this issue, because my colleagues Joe Heschmeyer and Jimmy Akin have already addressed this question on their own.
Should we speed this up or should we just leave this easier? Which one should we do?
Own channels, and I try not to address topics other people have already covered. But I got a lot of requests to talk about it, and there are a few arguments that I can offer that complement what Joe and Jimmy have already said. And there's also some objections that have come up since then that I can address, so let's jump right in. First, I want to be clear that I don't like the phrasing, Muslims and Christians worship the same God.
That's really important. The phrasing is terrible. Nobody likes the phrasing. But unfortunately, that is exactly how people feel. Once you say Christians and Jews worship the same God, that is something that Christians and Jews, or not Christians and Jews, Christians and Muslims worship the same God. That is something that you're just going to have to either believe or not. So I like the fact that he's like working on the narrative framing already. That's like really positive.
That sounds like we're saying the God of Christianity and the God of Islam are identical in all respects, which is false. The Christian God is a trinity of three distinct divine persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay, but notice how if the sense reference distinction is like true or like false or whatever, I think just because you think it's true or false, you are saying right now, Trent, that the God of the Muslims and the God of the Christians aren't the same kind of God. I'm going to get through like a bunch of data that I want to show you guys but on this, but yeah, this is true. But as soon as you've done that, you've basically conceded Jay's argument that there are two references there, if that's Jay's argument. But like, I think Jay also then conceded the argument, like, he then conceded the argument which said that Muslims just worship the true God falsely. As soon as you say that Muslims worship the true God, the Catholics have won, right? Like, the whole point is that they don't worship the same God. So if they worship the same God that Christians worship, just in a false way, then they are still worshipping the same God. They're just not worshipping it in a supernatural way. They might be worshipping naturally, they might be giving natural adoration, but they're not worshipping or adoring supernaturally. But again, I have reasons as to why this shouldn't even be the interpretation.
The God of Islam is, in contrast, a single, infinite person who has other different attributes, though both concepts also have many overlapping attributes as well. It is silly, though, to say Islam does not worship the true God, though, simply because Muslims call God Allah. Allah is the Arabic word for God. It's the same word Arabic-speaking Christians use when they refer to God, so the name Allah isn't the main issue.
Yeah, true. No one should be stupid enough to say that simply because Muslims use the name Allah and you use the name like Jesus, and then that's like a different God. That's just not true. That's very, 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 very bad.
But I still don't think it's prudent to make the claim Muslims and Christians worship the same God.
Okay, so it's not morally a good thing to do. But the problem is that is the exact thing that Catholics recently, especially, have been defending, and other Protestant Christians and Orthodox Christians that agree with this take. They have been defending the proposition that Muslims and Christians do the same action of worship to the same God. That they do that.
You can show that claim is true, but you have to qualify it. Otherwise, people will think that you're committing religious indifferentism. It's
Which I guess, according to Trent Horn, is a heresy.
Like the claim...
And it's also a heresy in the Orthodox Church. And I know that's the case because even the documents of the Ecumenical Patriarch, who is like the most ecumenical person in the Orthodox world right now, even he speaks very sharply in many addresses to non-Orthodox Christians as well as to Orthodox Christians on the badness and frailty of religious indifferentism. So, yeah. Oh.
Catholics worship Mary. That claim is true, but it has to be
That claim is not true. The word worship is not used to ever denote the respect or honor that's given to Mary. This is just not true. This actually is most likely just a false equivalence. There are examples that can demonstrate this point that Trent is making. This example is not one of them. So I would avoid using this example because Catholics in no way worship Mary. The term for Mary, they steal. The Latin theologians will take from the Greek theologians on this, with the distinction between latria and dulia. And the only term that latria means is worship, whereas dulia is usually restricted to veneration or hyperveneration. So this is just not a thing that's used for Mary. Worship is not used for Mary. Now, there are some older service books that might use the term worship, but those books have been updated since, and they should be caged under the fact that that's not the word of worship that's used for Mary at all. So no, Catholics do not worship Mary. This is a bad point to use to try to demonstrate an equivalence relation between saying Catholics worship Mary and Muslims and Christians worship the same God. This is a false equivalence of trying to clarify. You don't even need to bring this point up.
Qualified so people don't think you're committing idolatry.
True. But again, that actual statement is not true in that sense at all, in any sense at all.
Catholics give Mary the respect she is worth. They give Mary her worthship, since Luke 1:48 says all generations will call Mary blessed. But Catholics do not give Mary honor that is due to God alone. Likewise, Muslims and Christians both worship God, but Muslims and Christians don't offer God the same kind of worship. And when we look at the question in this way, we can find clarity amidst disagreement. What makes this question difficult for people to discuss is that...
So they're saying that Muslims and Christians both worship God, right? They just don't worship God in the same way. Now, again, this is the primary position that most Catholics should take on the matter and is the strongest position that you should take on the matter. The reason why it's the strongest position is because you can still do all your apologetics against the Muslims, not from the perspective that they are worshipping a demon, but only from the perspective that they are worshipping God wrongly. Now, the problem I would say with that is you would need to discount all of the patristic evidence that supports the idea that the God of the Muslims is a demonic entity or a non-divine entity in such a way that you basically need to conclude that all Christians that convert into, that convert from Islam into Christianity are doing so off of the wrong pretense that they actually worship a false God. And I'm going to explain more about that, later on.
Many people have a very narrow definition of worship.
True, but again, what is the broader definition of worship that you want to seek out?
Worship is just giving God all the honor God is due.
Okay, so again, are you saying, if you take this definition, are you saying that Muslims can give some honor due to God? And that they are successfully giving that honor to God? Because when Muslims think of Allah, they are not thinking of the individual that Christians are explicating to Muslims. Muslims are cognizant and aware of the entity known as God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Yet, they decide to, rather than give respect in any sense at all to that entity, they would rather give respect to whatever entity signed off on Jibril's revelation to Muhammad. So whatever entity signed off on Jibril's revelation to Muhammad, they are giving that minimal amount of respect to. Those two entities are obviously not the same.
And since the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit deserve honor, refusing to honor each of these persons as God means a non-Trinitarian can't worship God. Critics also say that the Bible teaches that whoever denies the Son does not have the Father, and that pagans offer worship to demons, not God.
Now, this is very important because we're not going to necessarily follow, a lot of apologists focus on 1 John 2:23, but I want to focus on 1 Corinthians 10 verse 20 for a bit, because I actually think that this is one of the more stronger versions when it comes, one of the more stronger verses when it does come to, trying to explain exactly what's going on here. Where is the video that we're watching? Oh, it's right here. 1 Corinthians 10 verse 20. Now, the reason why is because this was a chapter given to basically explain how you should avoid idolatry. Every tongue shall confess in the comments saying, anyone can give God natural worship or honor. You are talking nonsense. No, I'm not talking nonsense at all. anyone can give worship to God. That's true, but they can't do it by only a natural means. They can recognize God's existence. Sure, I will grant that to you. As a matter of fact, John of Damascus uses natural theological arguments to know that God exists. That doesn't mean that they can give God the due respect because of that. The due respect to God because of that would be to acknowledge God as a master. It wouldn't be simply just to, acknowledge him as some sort of thing that created, the heavens and the earth or something. And even the term creating the heavens and the earth doesn't mean the same thing from Christian to Muslim. There are some Muslims that just deny ex nihilo creation. So that's not a creation in any sense. When they say the one creator, they mean Jesus, number one. But let's say it just refers to the action of creating. The action of creating isn't the same idea in any comparable sense between, Sunni Muslims, most Sunni Muslims, and Christians. Most Christians literally believe there was nothing and then poof, the world exists. Muslims technically believe that the universe was always here and there was no poof into existence, but somehow there was just like material relation to God and that's it. That's not creation, right? That's not a meaningful sense of the term creation. What's ex nihilo creation or whatever that is? Ex nihilo just means out from nothing. But to get to this, this phrase is talking about the idea of the worship that Gentiles give to people that aren't God. So you can notice this action of obeisance, which is sacrifice, okay? This is sacrifice, which is an action of worship. They are doing this action of worship to demons and not to God. Therefore, my beloved, flee from idolatry. I speak as to wise men. Judge for yourselves what I say. The cup of blessing which we bless, is it not the communion of the Lord of the blood of Christ? The bread which we break, is it not the communion of the body of Christ? For we, though many, are one bread and one body, for we all partake of that one bread. Observe Israel after the flesh. Are not those who eat of the sacrifices partakers of the altar? What am I saying then? That an idol is anything, or what is offered to idols is anything? Rather, that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, the things that the Gentiles, who are pagans, the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to demons and not to God. And I do not want you to have fellowship with demons. You cannot drink the Lord of, and this is really important, this is very important. This is a very important argument from Scripture. You cannot drink of the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons. You cannot partake of the Lord's table and of the table of demons at the same time. Or do you want to provoke the Lord to jealousy? Are we stronger than him? Now, the importance of highlighting this verse is this is going to establish a later precedent. If you cannot worship God and a demon at the same time, then all a person would need to do is prove that Muslims are worshipping. And again, this is with all respect and love to my Muslims. You are worshipping a demon. And since they are worshipping a demon, they aren't worshipping the true God. Right? So this would mean that they are worshipping the image of a false god, or they are just straight up worshipping a false god. So that would be a very harsh thing. It's food ultimately sacrificed to demons, yes. But notice how they are not talking about just food that's sacrificed. They're talking about the things that are sacrificed. So the things sacrificed, if you look at pagan worship, are humans, right? Slaves to serve in the temple, actions of obeisance, market days, holy days, fast days, and physical food sacrifices. Study, prayer. So all of these particular actions are things offered to idols. Notice that Paul doesn't say things that are sacrificed only. He specifically says things that are offered. So there are a multitude of things that are offered to idols that therefore would exclude any offering to the one true God. So these are the things that I'm basically explaining.
Therefore, they say, Muslims cannot be worshiping God. But we have to be careful about taking a few proof texts and using that to answer a complicated question. Zeus and Thor do not exist, and if they have any effect on the world, that's just the work of demons.
Well, Zeus technically would exist as a sky demon. Thor would also exist as a thunder demon because of the uniformity of how the mythos was actually created. The provenance would most likely be part of just the demonological sphere of what we would call a demon. So yeah, I would say Zeus is a demon, really, and I would also say that Apollo is a demon. But the reason why I would say that Apollo is a demon is because we have verses in the Bible, like in the book of Acts, where a girl had the gift of prophecy by the hand of a demon. Most likely, the pagan god Apollo, given the proximity of the pagan god Apollo to that region. In a headlock, I won't believe any of it. Okay. Headlock, I'll believe any of it. It's too late to start. Put your heart in a headlock. Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Okay. Facts, my brother. Why did you switch from wearing that ski mask thingy like on your thumbnail to a bandana? Just a random question. God bless. It's just more comfortable for me to wear. Trent's arguments are very thin. He's on Cliff Nettle level. All right.
And John says the Antichrist doesn't have the Father.
That's very true. Now, Antichrists, the general point is just, can you worship something in place of Christ and worship Christ at the same time? Is that something that you can actually do? I would say no.
In the same letter, he also says, he who loves is born of God and knows God. A person might not have God as a covenantal father, but the Bible says non-believers can have God as the creator to whom they must give worship.
So this is very important. Having a creator doesn't mean worshiping a creator. Trent, this particular phrase that you've just said would give a distinction between having a creator and worshiping a creator. Now, I want to go to that 1 John passage that you've just mentioned, and I want to look at the context of that passage to look at whether or not a thing having love is in the same way that you basically meant it. And I want to see whether or not that's consistent with the passage that's being elucidated. So this is the passage in question, right? Beloved, let's love each other, for love is of God, and everyone who loves is born of God and knows God. He who does not love does not know God, for God is love. Right? Now, notice, okay, the idea of what love is particularly cached in the actions of the Son. And he actually talks about what love is referring to. Love is not referring to some imperfect action. It's referring to a perfect action, as is highlighted here. Love has been perfected amongst us, meaning the Christians, in this, that we may have boldness in the day of judgment, because as he is, so are we in the world. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear, because fear involves torment. But he who fears has not been made perfect in love. Now, maybe someone might go and say that this is imperfect love. But let's check what the biblical definition of love is in this particular passage. If we go to 1 John and we go to chapter 4 and we actually go to, I want to say verse 17. Let's go to verse 13 because that's another passage that they used. Yeah, verse 17. Oh, no. Yeah, here we can see, right? This is how love is made complete among us so that we will have confidence in the day of judgment, right? If we go here, okay, what is the word for love that's actually used? As you can see, it's agape. It's agape. Agape is the word that is used to describe the kind of love that you have. Now, the kind of love that Christians have is unconditional love, right? So the love that we're talking about that's without fear is unconditional love. But all love that's mixed with fear is conditional on that fear not being realized. Now, no Muslim loves Allah unconditionally. They love Allah on the condition that they actually receive his merits. And we know that because that is what distinguishes Muslim theologians from Christian theologians. The fact that Allah is the most loving, not all loving. The fact that Muslims would submit to Allah and they would love Allah by way of having to submit to him, not by purely being a child of Allah. So in this way, one can distinguish between the actual love that's being given and the love that Trent Horn tries to appellate to the Christian movement as well as being something that atheists could have or Muslims could have sans the Christian faith. So you could have another idea of love like philia, right? So the love of friendship. But this selfless serving, unconditional love that John talks about can only be found in Christianity, right? The theological virtue of love can only be found in the Christian faith. So to say that atheists outside of the Christian faith can experience agape and utilize agape would be wrong, right?
But before I share those verses, consider this thought experiment to help us examine the issue. Imagine you're hiking up a mountain with an agnostic friend. He thinks the Trinity is illogical, and so he rejects that doctrine. But he is open to the existence of one infinite, perfect God who created the universe from nothing. As you reach the top of the mountain and your friend sees the beauty of nature before him,
I just want to say, if he does mention like people like Martin Luther, I'm not really going to care too much about it because not every single person in this conversation cares about Martin Luther, but every single person in this conversation presumably cares about the saints that are across all Christian confessions. So that's it.
Says out into the void.
Oh, I see why my viewers are down because it's 4th of July.
Thank you, God.
Oh, I missed the actual analogy. Sorry, guys.
Rejects that doctrine, but he is open to the existence of one infinite, perfect God who created the universe from nothing. As you reach the top of the mountain and your friend sees the beauty of nature before him, he says out into the void, "Thank you, God." And then you look out into the same beauty and say, "Praise be to God." Now, which of these statements better describe this situation? 1, your friend, along with you, adores the one and merciful God. Or 2, your friend is giving worship to a demon or some other creature, but he is not worshiping God.
Yeah, I would actually go for a third option, that the friend is not committing any action of worship, and that the friend isn't necessarily even acknowledging the existence of a demon. This is important because people use this particular analogy to try to demonstrate that the atheist is adoring God. But saying "thank you, God," and not describing what you mean by God, neither are you describing what you mean by the Creator in this particular example, shows that you can't demonstrate a co-adoration. At least in the case of the Christian does have this idea of theological adoration, and the Christian is also able to appellate the referent for that theological adoration as well. But the atheist, like you said in your example, is open to the cause of these things. And all he is saying is thank you that the cause of these things exists because I like these things. That's not adoring God. That's not adoring the one and merciful God. Wait, what? Oh, am I still in? Oh. I did not know I was in here. Hey, AP. Hey, Basil. These guys are part of the Patreon server. What's up?
What's up?
So right now,
or something?
yeah, I'm actually live right now. So I'm gonna leave here. I'm gonna leave here. I've just been talking. I'm gonna leave here and come back. Okay, take care. All right. I'm gonna come back after stream.
Straight.
All right. So to get back to the conversation, sorry guys, I didn't even know that. So to get back to the conversation, right? This is not talking about the actual adoration of God, right? Adoration is a very specific word that's going on. The adorator is this theological, contemplative notion of God, right? It's this worship action, but there's no action of worship that's going on here. And even notice in your example, Trent, notice how you say adores in one tense and then worship in another tense. If the phrase worship and adoration mean the same thing here, why wouldn't you say that in this sentence, your friend along with you worships the one and merciful God? Because you know, as a fact, that the term worship implies something very, very specific. Something that atheist at that time would not have access to. As a matter of fact, right, when he gets closer to the mountain and he sees the beauty of these things, he's actually selfishly just saying, I like the fact that these things were made. I like the fact that these things exist and they exist for a reason. What he's not saying is, thank you, person, for doing this, right? You can't say thank you to an impersonal entity, right? You can't say thank you. Make sure you turn on your notifications. You can't say thank you to this, for example. This you cannot say thank you to, right? It would be inaccurate. Or it wouldn't really mean anything more than just a common phrase of speech. There's no reality of intention that you're giving to an inanimate object, right? For all that we know about this atheist, we don't think he believes that it's personal. We don't think that he believes that it was intentional. We don't think that he believes that he has love. They don't believe any of these personal attributes that you would commonly ascribe to them. So why on earth would you then say that they are actually doing the action of adoration? They're not doing any action of adoration. In fact, God, in that context, for that atheist, refers to nothing more than some impersonal force that is responsible for these things.
Most people will find statement 1 far more plausible than statement 2.
I do not. I do not.
Your friend knows that demons are creatures. And
whoa, you did not have that in the example. You did not have that in the example. Actually, no, you did. You did.
That they are evil. He isn't intending to work.
Let me just make sure that, I go back here.
Non-believers can have God as the creator to whom they must give worship. But before I share those verses, consider this thought experiment to help us examine the issue. Imagine you're hiking up a mountain with an agnostic friend. He thinks the Trinity is illogical, and so he rejects that doctrine. But he is open to the existence of one infinite, perfect God who created the universe from nothing. As you reach the top of the mountain and your friend sees the beauty of nature before him, he says out into the void, "Thank you, God."
Okay, so he never said demons. Okay, so he's just added really important information that weren't part of the analogy in the beginning. So if we're just going by that analogy, he would be fine to worship a demon. And there is no reason as to why, when an atheist says thank you, God, that they're not referring to some sort of demonic entity if it's not the Trinity. So this is information that Trent is adding here to confuse the actual analogy that he's trying to present.
And then you look out into the same beauty and say, "Praise be to God." Now,
Notice. You're not adoring the same God because you're not even intending the same thing. Listen to what he's just said. He said, "Thank you, God," but you say, "Praise be to God." Now, when a Christian says thank you, God, that is a very specific intentional action of worship. Whereas when it comes to this particular action, when an atheist says thank you, God, they are simply just appreciating beauty. They're not saying, "Hey, person that I believe is responsible for this, I give you praise for the action that you personally have committed here." He's not doing that. I don't think any atheist that suddenly discovers theism is thinking of this personal reality.
Void, "Thank you, God." And then you look out into the same beauty and say, "Praise be to..."
I'm going to say this now. Number 1, super chats are on. Number 2, if you want to send money, money and donations, I should say, please go to streamlabs.com/SIIIG1, SIIIG10, /tip for donations that are very helpful to the channel. They help keep the lights on at home and everything like that.
To God. Now, which of these statements better describe this situation? 1, your friend, along with you, adores the one and merciful God. Or 2, your friend is giving worship to a demon or some other creature, but he is not worshiping God. Most people will find statement 1 far more plausible than statement 2. Your friend knows that demons are creatures and that they are evil. He isn't intending to worship them. However, he is expressing gratitude to the all-good, uncreated creator.
Well, we haven't even established, and this is really important again, how do you know that when the atheist says, "Thank you, God," that they're talking about a creator that is uncreated? There is no evidence in the analogy that when he says "thank you, God," that he's referring to a creator that is uncreated. For all we know, he could be a Mormon, he could be a Greek polytheist. We have no way of knowing that when the atheist in your analogy says "thank you, God," that he's actually referring to an uncreated creator. Right? You can't just loop things like this in. When you say uncreated creator, that means something. But when you say creator, there is no reason why I should assume that that creator is uncreated. So we need to have a way of knowing that when the atheist in that analogy says, "Thank you, God," that what they're actually saying is the uncreated creator of everything that lives and moves and subsists. I don't even think that atheist believes that that uncreated creator, if that is uncreated, even has those sorts of feelings. He might be saying it's to thank you out of chance or out of luck. We still have no way of crossing that bridge into actually trying to give the particular adoration that is proper and due to God.
Even if your friend has rejected Christian theology, at least for now, you can still commend him for rejecting the error of atheism and for...
Sure, he can reject the error of atheism. Sure, I can grant that to you. You could personally commend him. That doesn't mean that he's actually rejected the error of atheism in that moment. There is so much more background information that we need to be able to know whether in this particular case, the atheist is actually on that road to worship.
giving praise, i.e. worship, to the one creator God.
Well, he wasn't given praise. He was not giving praise. You were giving praise as the Christian. You were giving praise. The atheist was simply doing the action of thank you, and you selected that because you're reading off your script. So you selected the word praise instead of worship. Because if it was praise, then it would be odd for an atheist who was walking up a hill one day to randomly conclude that not only is there a creator of these things and we should be thankful, but that we should praise his actions, like say he can be gratified for them. When you praise someone, you expect that the actions are gratificatory. You're able to gratify the entity that you're praising. If I praise a mug, I can't give gratification to the mug because it doesn't have feelings. Whereas a human being, you can. So it's interesting that Trent selects the word praise for the Christian when he says praise be to God, which is a classic phrase that we use, but he doesn't say praise be to God with the atheist. He says thank you, God, so as to imply something different.
This doesn't mean his mere theistic worship will save him from sin, or even that...
No one is even implying that. We're implying that it's not an action of worship. We just don't have enough to conclude that it's an action of worship.
God accepts this worship. It just means you and your friend have more common ground, and so you can use this to move him closer to the fullness of divine revelation. And that's what Vatican II is talking about when it comes to Muslims. Here's the passage in question that's often debated. But the plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator. In the first place...
So those who acknowledge the Creator. I want to know, what does it mean to acknowledge the Creator? I would love to know that. What is it? What does it mean? What is trying to be communicated when someone says, I acknowledge the Creator? Right? Does it mean to acknowledge that the Creator is uncreated? Or to acknowledge that there is a cause for this particular reality? What does that mean? Right? Because if you go from Muslim to Muslim, they will say something along the lines of, yeah, Allah made the world. I acknowledge that there is a thing that made the world. Now, again, that doesn't mean that they're referring to the same thing you refer to when you say, I acknowledge something that created the world. Because if I asked you, who is the creator of the world? They will say Allah, and you will say the Father. They will say, no. Allah is not the Father. No, Allah is not Father. Allah, the Father are not the same. You say your God, the Father, begets a son. They will say, no. He does not beget. He is not begotten. You know, he does not beget. He's not begotten. So then you'll be like, okay, cool. So clearly, we're not talking about the same creator. We're not referring to the same creator, even though we agree that we have one of those.
Amongst these, there are the Muslims, who, professing to hold the faith of Abraham, along with us, adore the one and merciful God.
Good. Adore the one and merciful God. Both of you at the same time, in the same way, because they're saying it's alongside. Not just there's more people that do it. You're saying alongside you, you do adore the one and merciful God.
Who on the last day will judge mankind. This passage was approved in a vote of 2,151 council fathers in favor and only 5 against. So it was very uncontroversial at the Second Vatican Council.
Okay, yeah, I can agree that it's uncontroversial, but it was pretty much uncontroversial because over the years of 1962 and 1965, the Catholic Church updated itself, and in fact, that's exactly what Pope John the 23rd said. Pope John the 23rd said that Vatican II is an update. It's an update on the Church's practice towards the rest of the world. and how the church has to act in the modern day. Vatican II, according to Pope John the 23rd, the person who initiated the Second Vatican Council, is an update. Vatican II is an update.
However, in two recent debates, the Eastern Orthodox apologist Jay Dyer used this statement to argue that Catholicism...
I love the actual clips that he chose of what Jay Dyer does.
5 against. So it was very uncontroversial at the Second Vatican Council. However, in two recent debates, the Eastern Orthodox apologist Jay Dyer...
Yo, they chose the worst out of that boy, bro. Chose the worst out of him, man.
Used this statement to argue that Catholicism is false. Redeem Zoomer and Gavin Ortlund have also taken issue with this claim. So let's look at some criticisms on this side of the issue. First, even if this passage were in error, that wouldn't prove Catholicism is false.
Interesting. Why wouldn't it prove Catholicism is false? Because all Catholics have to believe it. You cannot engage in Catholicism and not believe this.
To do that, you'd have to falsify a statement the Church infallibly defined to be true.
Okay, and Vatican II is an infallibly defined thing. It was an infallible council.
Or you'd have to show two infallibly defined statements contradict each other, but no doctrines were infallibly defined at the Second Vatican Council.
What? Okay, so this is where people will now misunderstand what's going on, and then it leads to the pop apologetic that Vatican II isn't infallible, which is just not true. Okay, what actually is going on is there are at least 5 levels of oh my gosh, hold on guys, let me do an interlude. Okay, so this is something that people are gonna basically misunderstand for like the rest of their lives, okay? And I can understand why people misunderstand this. Because people basically fail to understand the various levels of infallibility that people basically have, okay? Now, a lot of Catholics, okay? This is like a crash. Oh my gosh. Guys, if you are a Catholic, I'm giving you a crash course on basically what the Magisterium is, okay? I'm going to give you a crash course on what the Magisterium is essentially supposed to be so that you can use it to impress your friends. So what I would love is if somebody, right, could be smart enough to clip what I'm saying right now, okay? If you could please clip what I'm saying right now so that I can essentially help okay, way too loud. Okay. yeah, if you could basically help me out and clip this, because I'm going to be basically doing a basic video playback, and hopefully that should help. You're not going to really see my head, you're just going to see my body and like my man boobs, but thank you. So, what I want to relay to you is what Catholics call the Magisterium, okay? Now, the Magisterium is twofold. It is the authoritative... Oh, you cannot see that. Can you guys see that or no? Let me just make sure that you can see that. I'm just going to turn off this light here. Turn off this light here, like that. So, what Catholics have is something called the Magisterium, okay? The Magisterium represents the infallible, or fallible, I should say. The Magisterium represents the authoritative, interpretative, and teaching body of the Church that basically has the ability to force you, as a Catholic, to believe certain things. Now, there are 5 different types of the Magisterium, okay? There are 5 different levels of the Magisterium. And each level has a different degree of certitude, okay? We're going to put that in a little box there, okay? DOC means degree of certitude. Degrees of certitude refer to how certain you as a Christian, as a Catholic, you have to be in order to believe the statement that they have given you. So the same way when your mum or your dad tells you to believe something, you can have a certain degree of certitude that what they're telling you is the right thing. Now, each one of these 5 levels is part of the Magisterium, but not all of the 5 levels are weighed with the same degree of certitude. As you can see at the top, there's going to be a degree of certitude that is way stronger than at the bottom. Alongside the degrees of certitude that you also have applications. Okay? Now, applications are very easy to understand. All applications are is that they explain who the different magisterial commandments apply to. It's in the name. All it refers to is who these different magisterial commands apply to. Okay? Now, the reason why I use the term forced to is because the magisterium has the ability to enjoin people into the faith, to enjoin commandments and statements onto the faith. Say, for example, when the Catholic Church defined the dogma of purgatory, all Catholics have to believe that now. So this is an element of force that people can understand. So let's go through it. The very lowest level of magisterium is, importantly, the bishop. Okay? The normal bishop that you have. Okay? Every bishop has a level of magisterium. They are at the lowest level of the magisterium. And when they teach you something on faith or morality, the bishop's teaching has to be believed by every person under their diocese. Okay? Every bishop under their diocese needs to believe what the bishop says. Now you may be asking me, Sig, what is the degree of certitude that a person needs to have with the decrees of a bishop? Well, I'll tell you. I'm actually going to do this differently. There's really 6 levels, but I'm going to just use 5. The degree of certitude that you need to have is something known as religioso obsequium, I believe, right? Let me just make sure I get that correct. Jesus. It's like obsequio religioso. Isn't that the term? Religious submission of mind and will. I know the word, guys. I'm just trying to get the Latin so I can... Yes, obsequium religiosum. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, Jesus. Alright, now I've written the Latin wrong for you here. And again, I apologize for any of my Catholic Latin friends that are creasing about what I've just said. It is not obsequio, it's obsequium, okay? Obsequium religiosum. Obsequium religiosum is a Latin word which is fancy for the religious submission of your mind or your intellect and your will. You need to try your best, basically, in common English, you need to try your best to believe what the bishop has told you. So you have religious submission of your intellect and your will. Now, bear in mind, you do not need to fully assent with your faith to believe the things that the bishop has told you. You simply need to, as best as you can as a Catholic, submit with your intellect and your will towards the proposition that the bishop has laid out. This is what is known as religiosum obsequium or obsequium religiosum. And I keep trying to write it, but for some reason I don't have the pen color. Now, like I said, this application only extends to the bishops in that diocese, to the Christians in that diocese. So if the Archbishop of New York says something, okay, if the Archbishop of New York says something, all the Catholics in New York have to believe what that bishop has said with the submission of their mind and will. But the bishops in LA, right, the Christians in LA do not need to believe that. They don't need to have this submission of mind and will. So this is why when a bishop says something, it doesn't apply to all people. It only applies to the people that actually directly live in that territory. Now, the same level of magisterium applies to when you have conferences or councils of bishops. This is where a group of bishops will meet up and say something to you, okay? And so this same level of power will now just apply to all of the territories of all of those bishops respectively. So let's say all of the bishops of America meet up and they have a conference and they have a talk. That means all the bishops, all the Catholics, in America need to believe that. Okay? All the Catholics in America need to read that. Is it hard to see? I'm sorry. Right? So all the bishops of America will have to believe that in these conferences. All the bishops in America can say something, so all the Christians, all the Catholics in America would have to believe that. The next level up is the words of the Pope. Oh my gosh, this is so bad. The next level up is the words, Jesus. The next level up is the words of the Pope. And the Pope requires the same obsequium religiosum. Okay? The difference between the Pope and the Bishop with levels 5 and 4 is the fact that all Catholics need to have this religious submission. So whenever the Pope says something, ever, because he has immediate jurisdiction over the entire planet, all Catholics across the world have to submit with religious submission of mind and will. Now again, all this means is that they need to try their best to believe what they have been told. Okay? This does not mean that you have to believe this. All it asks you to do is that you have to do your best. It has to mean that you have to do your best. Now notice, everything that I've talked about below is fallible. Everything that I've talked about below is fallible. It's not infallible. Everything below this line, okay, is fallible. In other words, it could probably be wrong. Okay? So everything I've told you up to this point is authoritative, meaning all people have to believe it, but technically, according to the movements of the Catholic Church, it could be wrong. For any number of reasons, you know, for like theological inspection and intrigue and whatever you want to say, it just could be wrong. I'm trying to find a better whiteboard pen, but it's like really frustrating, especially when my pen keeps dying every like 3 seconds. See, this is why I need like stream money, because then I can pay for a flipping whiteboard pen. Anyways, so to get back to it, okay? You have the religious submission of the mind and the will. I don't know if turning off the light does anything. Does that do anything? Does that improve what you can see? Does this improve what you can see, chat? I don't know. Please put a 1 in the chat if this improves what you can see. Please, I just need a 1 in the chat. Does it improve it? Okay. I'm just gonna continue like this. So everything that I've told you down here, right? Everything from 4 to 5 is fallible. It is not infallible, okay? It is not infallible. They're authoritative, yes, but it's not infallible. However, and this is very important, everything next is going to be infallible. Everything now that I'm going to say is infallible. So yes, there can be something binding to all the church that isn't infallible. That's still a problem, by the way, because you're forcing all Catholics to have to try to believe something wrong, but it's not infallible. I'm going to tell you the first thing that's infallible. When the Pope and the bishops are dispersed, but they teach the same thing. When the Pope and the bishops are dispersed and they teach the same thing. Okay? When they're all separated across the world, but they're all teaching the same thing, this is an infallible truth. And it makes sense because every single bishop in the world is saying the same thing, and the Pope is also saying the same thing. So there's not a single person in the magisterial court, in the College of Bishops, that are disagreeing. So there's no other room for dissension. So this is protected by infallibility, so it can't be wrong, and everyone has to believe it with what they call full assent of faith. Okay? So everything up here, right? Everything from 1 to 3 needs to be believed, with the full assent of faith. Full assent. You have to believe it. You can't just try your best. You have to in order to be Catholic. So this is the full assent of faith. Also on level 3 is when the Pope has what is known as a local council, in line with all of the bishops of the world as well. So when there is something like a conference of bishops or a poll of bishops with the teaching of the Pope, let's say the Pope calls all the bishops into a meeting, they all sit down and have a meeting, okay, just to reteach some stuff, that would be ordinary, universal, infallible magisterium. This is ordinary. The reason why this is ordinary is, it's kind of in the name, this is just how normally the Catholic Church would function. Make sense? This is how normally the Catholic Church would function. So this is usually how you're going to get infallible teachings of the Roman Catholic Church all the time. Because all the time, the Pope has to keep teaching. And this is seen in the letters of John Paul II. And all the time the bishops are teaching because they're doing liturgies every single day. They're doing masses every day. So this is ordinary, universal, immediate, magisterium. This is ordinary, universal magisterium. This is also ordinary, universal magisterium, but not infallible. This is not universal. This is ordinary and local. So you see the difference there, okay? Now, here's the other thing. Please send the money to the Streamlabs, please. Here's the other thing, okay? The next thing that I want to tell you is the higher level, okay? The higher level, as you can probably guess, okay? And this is something I'm going to rub out now, okay? So the next two up now are something we call extraordinary magisterium. Extraordinary infallible magisterium, okay? The ecumenical councils. Now, in this case, the ecumenical councils, and I know my parents are playing stuff in the rooms there. In this case, ecumenical councils are extraordinary cases where all the bishops have to meet together to stop a heresy, okay? To stop a crisis that's going on in the church. All ecumenical councils are protected with the gift of extraordinary universal magisterium. Extraordinary. Not ordinary, extraordinary, universal, infallible magisterium. So the level that they have is extraordinary and universal. And it's also protected by the same gift of infallibility as this one and this one. The only thing higher than an ecumenical council that has this level of extraordinary authority is something known as, oh my gosh, something known as Pope ex cathedra. Or as you guys hear it, ex cathedra, okay? This is the only other level of magisterium in the Catholic Church higher than that of the ecumenical councils. The Pope ex cathedra means Pope from his chair, or out of the chair. When the Pope, out of the chair of Peter, as pastor of the faithful, as the vicar of Christ, as the teacher of all the faithful, as the shepherd of the church, decides to, in his capacity as the successor of St. Peter, define something about the church's teaching, about the church's operation, and about the church's governance. He is protected from being wrong. And not only this, everything he says in that specific state must be believed by the full assent of faith. By the full assent of faith from every single Catholic across the world. So you cannot be a Catholic and reject any of the ex cathedra statements that the Pope makes. Okay? You can't reject them. You cannot reject them. Somebody clip that and send it to me. I do. I appreciate the love for that. Please send that to me. I would definitely appreciate that. Now, the reason why I went through all five levels of the magisterium, and before someone says faith and morals, it also has to do with matters of church governance as well. So that is something as well. Because Vatican II, which is a matter of faith, is actually a matter on church governance. Now, before you guys go ahead and start saying, oh, Sig, why did you go through all the levels of the magisterium? What? Well, the reason why I went through all the levels of the magisterium just now with you is because, oh my gosh, Father Mikhail's on stream. The reason I went through all five levels of magisterium with you is so that when Trent Horn says that, Vatican II is not infallible, he's lying. Now, Trent Horn just told you that Vatican II is not infallible. But remember what we said before about ecumenical councils? The Second Vatican Council is an ecumenical council. Okay? And ecumenical councils are protected with the extraordinary gift of infallibility. Okay? So, really, how can Trent Horn say that Vatican II as an ecumenical council isn't infallible, yet all ecumenical councils are supposed to be infallible? Do you see the contradiction there, man? You see the contradiction? That makes no sense. Oh, Father Mikhail, if you're here, please bless the stream. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. So, you can see there is an actual contradiction in at least Trent Horn's presentation of the Second Vatican Council. Right? If Vatican II is ecumenical, it's protected by extraordinary infallibility. Vatican II is not protected by extraordinary infallibility. Therefore, Vatican II is not an ecumenical council. But Vatican II is an ecumenical council. So there's a contradiction. There is a P and not P.
In a worst-case scenario, a Catholic, if he had good reason, could privately refuse to assent to this statement.
No, they cannot. No, they cannot. Any ordinary universal teaching on the faith has to, because it's the level 3 of the Magisterium, because it's level 3, all those teachings need the full assent of faith. All of them need the full assent of faith. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys something, because I knew something like Vatican II is not infallible was going to probably come up in this conversation, okay? And I want to present to you a reason why Vatican II is actually infallible, okay? Here is where I believe that Vatican II is actually infallible. If you go to this particular letter, okay? Pope Paul VI, who was the person that concluded the Second Vatican Council, gave a general audience to all of the bishops, to a conference of a couple bishops, to how to understand papal infallibility. Let me start the music again. All right. Let me do this again. We're gonna make a clip. Shall we do that? Shall we do that? Let's make a clip. Capitalize. Take heed. Take heed. Put these niggas up. Where is the please replay buffer? Okay. If I go that and that, yeah. Okay. Apply and okay. All right. So here is something that I want you to know. When it comes to looking at these ideas of infallibility, people really misunderstand what's actually going on. Okay? So let me do something. Actually, let me start I'm going to try and record the clip easier, okay?
Gavin Ortlund have also taken issue with this claim. So let's look at some criticisms on this side of the issue. First, even if this passage were in error, that wouldn't prove Catholicism is false.
Why?
To do that, you'd have to falsify a statement the Church infallibly defined to be true.
Okay, so Vatican II is infallible, even if it doesn't present any infallible definitions or anathemas, for example, right? It doesn't need to provide a new definition of the faith.
Or you'd have to show two infallibly defined statements contradict each other, but no doctrines were infallibly defined at the Second Vatican Council. In a worst-case scenario, a Catholic, if he had good reason, could privately refuse to assent to this statement.
You cannot privately refuse to refer to assent to anything Vatican II. This is actually a lie. Now, I'm going to show you why. Here, this is a very important letter, which is from Pope Paul VI. This took place a year after Vatican II was concluded. January 12th, 1966. Okay? This is the same year that England will go on to win the World Cup, by the way. Now, here's the thing. He's talking about how to understand the councils. There are 4 constitutions, 9 decrees, and 3 declarations. Altogether, they form a body of doctrines and laws which give the church that renewal for which the council was promoted. So they do provide doctrines. Okay. We must be careful. The teachings of the council do not constitute an organic and complete system of Catholic doctrine. This is much broader, as everyone knows, and is not called into question by the council or substantially modified. Indeed, the council actually confirms the faith, illustrates it, defends it, and develops the faith with a most authoritative apologia full of wisdom. Therefore, the church helps the faithful, whether teachers or disciples, to overcome those states of mind of denial, of indifference, of doubt, of subjectivism, which are contrary to the purity and strength of the faith. It is a great act of ecclesial magisterium. So this is magisterially binding. And whoever adheres to the council, recognizes and honors with this the magisterium of the church. So it's the church's magisterium. Okay? Now, then he says, right here, that even though it avoided in an extraordinary way dogmas endowed with the notion of infallibility, so it's not extraordinary, it nevertheless provided its teachings with the authority of supreme ordinary magisterium. Supreme ordinary magisterium, which ordinary and so manifestly authentic magisterium must be accepted docilely and sincerely by all the faithful. So every single Catholic, and sorry, the last sentence is according to the mind of the council regarding the nature and purposes of the individual documents. So as you can see here, okay, the ecclesiastical magisterium is supreme and ordinary. So it's ordinary and universal. Ordinary, universal magisterium, which, like we know, is infallible. That's going to be criteria number 3. That's criteria number 3. But here's the issue. Even if, right, someone put criteria number 3 here, right? If you want to put Vatican II, you can't put Vatican II below number 3. It has to be here, which would give it the mark of infallibility, right? Anything above level 4 is infallible, right? It's infallible. Even if you don't want to put it as an ecumenical council, it's going to fall in number 3. But here's the problem. The Vatican Council, Vatican II, is an ecumenical council. So it's supposed to be up here. But if it's not up here, and it's supposed to be up here, that's a contradiction. Right? All ecumenical councils have extraordinary infallibility. But Vatican II does not have extraordinary infallibility. So therefore, Vatican II is not, right? It's not an ecumenical council. Because it doesn't have extraordinary infallibility. But it is an ecumenical council. So it's supposed to have extraordinary infallibility, but it doesn't. So it's not. But it is. So it does. But it's not. So it doesn't. So now you have a contradiction between it supposed to be having extraordinary infallibility and it not having extraordinary infallibility or extraordinary magisterium. So yes, it has extraordinary magisterium. Sorry, yes, it does not have extraordinary magisterium with that gift of infallibility that comes with extraordinary nature, but it does have ordinary infallible magisterium, which is why sedevacantism is false under the Catholic view, because you have to believe what the Second Vatican Council says. So it's not extraordinarily infallible. It's not extraordinarily infallible. And this is the key issue that a lot of people, especially the ortho bros, I'm sorry for calling you guys ortho bros, but especially the ortho bros that are Twitter hacks, okay? They call post this all the time, right? Vatican II is infallible, it's infallible, it's magisterial, it's extraordinary. No, the problem is not whether Vatican II is extraordinarily infallible or not. The problem is the fact that it can't decide whether it is or isn't. Because all ecumenical councils are supposed to be extraordinary infallibility. But Vatican II isn't, right? That makes no sense. So the actual polemic that if you wanted to, I'm going to put you on some game right now. The actual polemic you should do is ask the Catholic, are ecumenical councils extraordinarily infallible? Or are they only ordinarily infallible? Okay, is Vatican II an ecumenical council? So it has extraordinary infallibility. Oh no, it doesn't. So then it's not an ecumenical council. No, it is. So it has extraordinary infallibility. It doesn't. So it's not an ecumenical council. It is. So it has extraordinary infallibility. And you just keep going. You just keep going. Okay? No, all ecumenical councils, so long as they are recognized as ecumenical councils, they have that gift of infallibility. They are protected by that gift. So it says that although, right, it again avoided pronouncing in an extraordinary way. So extraordinary is denied. But it says, nevertheless, its teachings have the authority of supreme ordinary. So supreme ordinary magisterium literally means that it is level 3. Okay? Now, here's what I want to say. Loopy, we're gonna get you banned, son. I'm sorry. We're gonna put him in timeout. Mods, can we put him in timeout, please? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any mods in chat? Are there any mods in chat? Where are the mods? Where are the mods? Alright. We're gonna just put you in timeout for 24 hours, see if you can calm down.
Such an act would not be as sinful as rejecting an infallibly defined dogma like the Trinity.
Okay, so, but again, right? Could you please tell me, Trent, could you give me a list out of the 21 ecumenical councils that we have, Trent? Could you tell me the list of ecumenical councils that are infallible? Could you tell me that list? Right? Because you're saying there are ecumenical councils that aren't protected. They're not protected with the gift of infallibility. We can quibble all day regarding whether or not the kind, right, of infallibility is ordinary or extraordinary. But one thing you cannot deny is that it is something that is still infallible. All infallible means is that it can't be wrong. Now, you can have infallible statements and infallible teachings that aren't definitions, right? This is still the ordinary and universal teaching on the church, which is infallible. But what Pope Paul VI says is that it is not extraordinary and universal, it's just ordinary and universal. Okay? Now, what Vatican II presents to you is a real conundrum. Is it extraordinary or is it not?
Heretical act which always involves grave matter. I've also found that some Eastern Orthodox commenters are inconsistent on this point. They will say Catholicism is false because the Pope said in an offhand comment that Christians and Muslims worship the same God.
The reason why it's really bad for the Pope is because the Pope is the only bishop in the planet that can actually tell everyone something, and that every single Catholic has to believe in it with the religious submission of mind and will. If the Patriarch of Constantinople said something, he only has jurisdiction under the churches that he controls. So he only has jurisdiction in Turkey and other places that are under the ecumenical patriarchate. Same thing with Kirill. If Kirill says something, no one else apart from anyone in the Russian Orthodox Church is obliged to believe it with religious submission of mind and will. Right? So this is not a problem. The same way that when a bishop says something in the Catholic Church, nobody really bats an eye, nobody really cares because it doesn't affect them unless they live in the place that the bishop is talking about. Right? This is the actual difference. Whereas with the Pope has this weird little mechanism to him whereby everything he says, everyone has to believe. Not with the full assent of faith, though, just with the religious submission of your intellect and your will. But there is no such thing like that for simply a patriarch. And bear in mind, a patriarch is not like a different kind of bishop. A patriarch is simply just an administrative role within the church. Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew is nothing more than just the Archbishop of Constantinople. That's all he is.
Or a non-infallible teaching at an ecumenical council says Christians and Muslims each adore God.
But again, Vatican II is infallible. The Second Vatican Council, I have to say this, okay? The Second Vatican Council is infallible. It's just not protected with the extraordinary gift of infallibility. It's not extraordinary and universal, but it's still universal because it applied with all bishops. It was the teaching of the Pope and, it was the teaching of the Pope and all the bishops, right?
But then they will ignore their own tradition when it speaks of Christians and Muslims having recourse to the same creator God.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Here's video of Russian Patriarch Kirill saying Christians and Muslims each turn to the same God, the creator.
Okay, so I don't know this particular video, but I know that Patriarch Kirill actually says that Christians and Muslims try to turn to God. That doesn't mean that they worship God. He's very clear on not using the word worship. I can say that all men seek after God, that all men have a, quote, zeal for God even. I will even concede that. What I won't say is that they worship, because worship is something different.
And here's a 2023 address where the Russian...
Yeah, we're just going to pause this address right here. As you can see, it says, Orthodox Christians and Muslims are called to uphold their moral values, live up to the ideals of good, love, justice, and mutual respect. We Christians and Muslims know and confess, so meaning Christians and Muslims confess that God is the true creator of the world and the only lawmaker of the world. That does not mean that when the Christian says God and when the Muslim says God, that they're referring to the same thing. All he's saying is that it is true that Muslims know that Allah is the creator of the world. Now, does that mean they know that as something true? No, it just means that they know it's something false. Even in this statement, as you can see, he never says that they're worshipping the same thing. This is the issue. Hey, Michael Liao, thank you so much for the 10. But guys, if you really, really want to help me with donations in the nation, because I don't get these until the end of the month, please. Streamlabs.com, okay? It's pinned at the top, all right? We're going to read all the super chats later. So notice that Kirill does not say worship. They specifically avoid that word worship, okay?
Patriarch.
You are coping so hard there. All right, I'm just going to do this, okay? Russia, Islam, strategic. Where is it? On the 19th of May, who is making a patriarchal visit to Tatarstan, took part in a meeting of Russia Islam Strategic Vision Group held at the Kazan City Hall and addressed the audience. Now, what I want to know is whether or not he's teaching on the Orthodox faith to other Orthodox Christians. Clearly, nobody cares about what the Pope says clearly, no one cares what a bishop says in the interview because a bishop doesn't have jurisdiction all over the world, right? But when the Pope does, he does have jurisdiction over the entire world. So no matter where you are, you have to believe it. Whereas Kirill isn't even in his functional capacity as a teaching bishop. He's only in his functional capacity as the head of a bishop class. And as the head of a bishop class, he's specifically talking to Muslim religious leaders. I greet you with all our heart. The Russian Orthodox Church has been engaging in its work. We look at what's going on in the world. This is the entire address, by the way. I know people can't really see it. For decades, the Moscow Patriarch has been maintaining brotherly relations with Islamic leaders and organizations. In recent years, these contacts have intensified considerably. It's gratifying to note that every meeting is held in the atmosphere of mutual understanding, right? These are all of the things that's going on. We maintain, right, these things in, close relations with the Muslim Ummah and things like this. This is where we have the actual issues here. Okay? Faithful to our spiritual ideals. Now, notice what he says. Our spiritual ideals. Meaning, okay, that each group has specific spiritual ideals. We can work, not the same ideals, if you guys weren't clear enough already. We can work together in opposing the sophisticated propaganda of individualism and the worship of the human being. So he's saying we can work together to make sure that we're not just worshipping human beings. So this is something you can work with a Muslim easily on. That doesn't mean that you're going to work with a Muslim to worship Allah, the God of Muhammad. Doesn't mean that at all. Orthodox Christians and Muslims are called to uphold their moral values, live up to the ideals of good, love, mercy, justice, and mutual respect. And we, Christians and Muslims, know and confess that God is the true creator of the world and the only lawmaker. Where God is forgotten, there evil remains. Again, this does not imply the particular action of worship that you would have in pure Orthodox confessions, generally speaking. Now, notice what he's doing is he's actually trying to promote, right, an argument against the secular world, against pure secularism, or secularity. The 21st century's main challenge comes from the godless secular world, godless, and is posed to the traditional system of values rooted in religion. To oppose it, we need to ensure consolidation of those forces in society that are what? Committed to their traditions. So not committed to the worship of the same God, committed to their personal traditions, right? And you can read the rest of this letter to what's going on, right? this is the entire thing that's going on. So here you can see there's no worship with Muslims that's going on, but especially in Russia, to crush secularity and secularism, they are willing to cede to their values so later down the line they can have the fights that they want to have in peace.
Said, "We Christians and Muslims know and confess that God is the true creator of the world and the only lawmaker." When Jay Dyer saw this posted on X, not knowing its source, he said, "Thanks for proving you're not Christian, LOL."
Now, here's what I'm going to say. This is just bad on Jay's part. I'm sorry, Jay. Yeah, this is just really bad. This is something that I will say to people to improve the conversations, is Catholics and Orthodox. If you're an Orthodox Christian and someone posts something by a patriarch or a bishop, don't just be quick to reject it and condemn it, right? It's just spiritually unwise. It's impious to do so. You should sit down and look at the actual documents and spaces that they're saying and things that they're saying, and rationally and spiritually with good mind come to the correct conclusion on whether the actual bishop in question is saying something right or wrong. You shouldn't just go and reject something that someone says. That being said, you don't have to take my opinion seriously at all. I'm a random guy that wears a mask, so you don't really need to care. Okay? So yes, this would be bad on Jay's part. But like I just said, to put my words into practice, I'm not going to judge Jay's state to simply say that Jay was literally saying that the statement isn't Christian from what I can see here in front of my screen. What it's saying is more likely that Jay may have known this statement, and because he was quoting it out of context, that is an unchristian thing to do. That's an unchristian thing to do. So that's important.
And here's Patriarch Bartholomew of Constantinople.
We are all created by the same God, and as such, we are brothers and sisters between ourselves.
That's very true, yes. As a result of all being, creations of God, we are brothers and sisters in humanity.
We have the same Heavenly Father, whatever we call him.
Now, Orthodox...
Yes, we have the same Heavenly Father. That's true. Having the same Heavenly Father is not the same as worshipping the same Heavenly Father. It is true, right? It is true that me and my brother can have the same mum. That doesn't mean that me and my brother both respect my mum. I can call my mum Mum, and my brother can call my mum Nicole. So whatever I call them, it's the same in that sense. But in no way does that mean that calling Nicole is an action of respect towards my mum. So that's an issue.
Apologists say this doesn't matter because the patriarchs aren't infallible. But the Pope and ecumenical councils aren't always infallible.
The Pope isn't always infallible. He's always authoritative, but he's not always infallible. Ecumenical councils are always infallible. That's just true. All ecumenical councils are infallible.
In fact, they rarely teach infallibly. If the
What? Sorry? No, that's just not true. I'm sorry, that's flat out not true.
patriarchs can err on Islam without refuting orthodoxy, then the same is true of non-infallible Catholic teachings on the same subject.
True on non-infallible Catholic teachings, not ecumenical councils. You have to believe that ecumenical councils are infallible. That's part of the levels of magisterium.
But more importantly, how does the Eastern Orthodox apologist know that the Pope, Vatican II, and these Orthodox patriarchs are wrong about Muslims worshiping God? An Orthodox apologist might say, well, we have the tradition and consensus of Orthodox saints and fathers to guide us. But does he? Centuries before Islam existed, the Church Fathers affirmed that Jews who rejected Jesus still worshipped God. In the 2nd century, Justin Martyr said, "Nor do we think that there is one God for us, another for you, but that he alone is God, who led your fathers out from Egypt with a strong hand and a high arm. Nor have we trusted in any other, for there is no other, but in him in whom you also have trusted, the God of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob."
Nor do we think that there is one God for us, another for you, but that he alone is God, who led your fathers out from Egypt with a strong hand and a high arm. This is from the dialogue with Trypho. Okay, so what I did, right, was just before this, okay, I tried to go through church fathers that Catholics were using on Twitter to say that we worship the same God. if you look at this, this is the chapters 10 to 30 of the dialogue with Trypho. I went through this to see whether or not he believes that they were actually worshipping their same God. Notice, this is from chapter 10, okay? And this is actually Trypho. Let's see if Trypho thinks that. Who's the Jew in this situation? But you, despising this covenant rashly, reject the consequent duties, attempt to persuade yourselves that you know God, when, however, you don't perform any of the things of which they do that fear God. So at the very least, the Jew doesn't think that they worship the same God. Now let's see what Justin Martyr says. This is the quote in question, okay? In him you have trusted. Emphasis on the fact that they used to trust in the past. Now let's see if Justin Martyr actually believes that the Jews currently trust and worship the same God now. It says in the very next chapter, this same law you have despised, and his new holy covenant you have slighted, and now you neither receive it nor repent of your evil deeds, because your ears are closed, your eyes are blinded, and your heart is hardened. The law, Jeremiah has cried, yet you don't even listen. Funny that. The lawgiver is present, yet you do not see him. To the poor the gospel is preached, the blind see, yet you do not understand. You now have need of a second circumcision, though you glory greatly in the flesh. So, how are they going to be worshipping the same God if they think that this worship is actually the sense that you're trying to say? It literally says that you don't understand it, you don't know it. What Justin Martyr is actually saying is they used to know it, but now they don't know it anymore. So before the advent of Christ and his mission and his work and his death, they worshipped the true God. Even in a veiled way, maybe, right? But now that it's been revealed, they reject the true God. So go back to it, okay? This actually gets worse. By reason, therefore, of this laver of repentance and knowledge of God, which has been ordained on account of the transgression of God's people. So when you transgress, that means you leave. So you're not doing it anymore. You leave. As Isaiah cries, we have believed and testify that this very baptism which he announced is alone able to purify those who've repented, and this is the water of life. But the cisterns which you have dug for yourself are not just profitless, but they are broken to you. For what is the use of that baptism which cleanses the flesh and body alone? So the Jews don't worship God anymore because they don't know him. They don't know God, so they can't honor him and worship him as God. Now, this continues and says, wherefore God has announced that you have forsaken him. You can't worship something that you've left. You've left the living fountain and dug for yourself broken cisterns which can hold no water. So, according to Justin Martyr, it is clear that the useless baptism is useless because it's not worship. It's not just that it's inefficacious, but it doesn't actually do anything spiritually. There's no spiritual connection that gets them from point A to B. And obviously, there's not going to be anything that God is going to give back in response. That's just what efficacy is. But here, it says that you have forsaken God. Clearly, if you forsake God, you don't have God. And if you don't, have God, you can't worship him. Sorry. If you forsake God, you're not with him. If you're not with him, you can't worship him. So you can't worship what you forsake. That's like me walking away and leaving my hand like this. So that's addressing Justin Martyr.
No other, but in him, in whom you also have trusted, the God of Abraham.
Have trusted, not that they currently do. They used to trust. Now, what I would like to see is, I would actually like to see the actual section on the dialogue with Trypho, where they actually, hold on. Oh my gosh, I don't want to ruin the flow of the video. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just do this in my own time, okay? I apologize.
Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob. In the 4th century, Gregory of Nyssa said, "We can hear Jews believing in God, and our God too. Even our Lord reminds them in the gospel that they recognize no other God than the Father, of the only begotten, of whom ye say that he is your God. Are we then to call the Jews Christians? Because they too agree to worship the God whom we adore." Gavin Acosta's study of Vatican II and Islam says the 8th century father John of Damascus, quote, affirms that Muhammad, rightly, says that there exists one God, maker of all. Islam's true monotheism is hardly ever contested, even in the most bitter of criticisms. While Muhammad, the Quran, and often Muslim behavior are negatively viewed, it is difficult to find any text that says that Muhammad's monotheism was other than of the true Christian God.
Okay, so this is actually wrong. This specifically is actually wrong. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some time and we're going to pause here. We're going to read some of the super chats that were here. So let's look at the super chats that we have here. So first super chat we have by, thank you for all the super chats, by the way. We have by, I want to say Ronald. Ronald says, whiteboard pen fund. God bless you, Sig. God bless you all. Thank you. Michael says, this religious submission of mind and will must be shown in a special way to the authentic magisterium of the Roman Pontiff, even when he's not speaking ex cathedra. Yeah, so this just means that it's not infallible. It just means that you have to believe it. There's a difference between something not being infallible and something being believed. You know what I mean? So this is something that we, something that we need to have. Okay. I'm just trying to find this. Okay. All right. I need to check the Streamlabs. I'm going to check the Streamlabs and I'm going to check the super chats on Streamlabs as well. Because hopefully, guys, you're enjoying the stream. If you're enjoying the stream, please put a 1 in the chat. If you're not, put a 2 in the chat. I'm going to go to the history here and we're going to look at some of the chats. So we've been very blessed to have some chats. Aisha says for $10, she says, "You're cooking." Thank you, Aisha. God bless you. Nate Planica says for $5, "Thank you so much for your teaching. It really makes a huge difference with my walk of Jesus." I appreciate you for thinking that I'm teaching. I'm not, I'm not teaching that. This is not teaching. This is just me explaining. And I know that sounds like teaching. I understand. But this is just analysis, please. And I need you guys to understand this. You guys need to be fellow researchers with me. Okay? I need you to be fellow translators? I'm trying to translate this now. Fellow researchers with me. Okay? So I need you to do that, please. Right? So please don't put me, on a pedestal. Right?
Creator and judge. The 9th century patriarch Timothy I said, Muhammad separated his people from idolatry and polytheism and attached them to the cult and the knowledge of one God, beside whom there is no other God. Granted, there were church fathers like Chrysostom who disagreed on the Jews worshiping God, but this shows the necessity of the Magisterium for interpreting not just unclear Bible passages, but also disagreement among the church fathers on theological issues. Saying that what the church teaches is just whatever you or your favorite Orthodox YouTuber or social media account says it teaches sounds like Protestantism, not apostolic Christianity. And ironically, early Protestants sound like the fathers at the Second Vatican Council. Martin Luther said this, "For all outside of Christianity, whether heathen, Turks, Jews, or false Christians and hypocrites, although they believe in..."
I don't really care about what Martin Luther has to say in this text. Okay, I don't know whether this is something that I personally care about, but I do want to go back to John of Damascus because I think that's actually valuable to actually talk about. Okay, and I want to show you exactly what was actually done on there with Justin Martyr. And the reason I want to show you is this is the word that I want you guys to look at and recognize. This word, as you can see here, is the word of interest that I'm just going to zoom in. Can you guys see that? Oh, that's way... Oh, crap. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go chapter 11. Can I go chapter 11? Please. Okay. Okay, right. So it just goes first apology. This is so annoying. Alright, so... Okay, so it does. Partly due to your work and a few others, I've started catechumen classes in EO Church and I've been attending it for about 4 months, so thank you. Wow! You attended cat classes because of a guy in a mask? You gotta rethink your life. You gotta rethink your life, man. A guy in a mask? Bro, a guy in a mask convinced you to go lit, bro. You're cooked, gang. You don't even know who I am. I'm kidding, by the way. God bless you. You got yo, this guy, Father Mikel, you seeing this, bro? These are the average converts, bro. Average converts are converting to Orthodoxy because of guys in masks, bro. We're cooked. We're cooked. No decision making at all, bro. Just ISOs and just him getting folded in heresy, bro. Just heresy. Okay? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Anyways, so this is the word, okay? Alontina il pictamen. Il pictamen. Now, il pictamen literally actually means you have trusted. You have hoped. Now, the reason why I want you to understand this is the actual term, okay, is in the perfect. Now, for those of you that have watched my other videos, when I've talked about the aspects of the Greek words, about aspects of words, because obviously Greek words don't have tense, they just have aspect of action. This is in the perfect. And as you know, perfect aspects or tenses refer to the fact that the action has been completed, which means that they are no longer currently doing the action has been finished. So that means that the action of worship that was done by the Jews at the time, according to Justin Martyr, had been finished. So they don't do it anymore.
Father John of Damascus, quote, affirms that Muhammad rightly says that there exists one God, maker of all.
This is, I don't even think this is true. Gavin Costa made a book on Vatican II, Catholic Doctrines on Jews and Muslims, and he affirms that Muhammad rightly says that there exists one God, maker of all. Islam's true monotheism is hardly ever contested, even in the most bitter of criticisms. I do not think that is the case at all. Okay, we can just see it here. See, anyone that's ever read against the Muslims or against the Ishmaelites, you can see exactly where he actually argues against the heresy of Islam very clearly. He says there is one God, creator of all things, who has neither been begotten nor has begotten. He says that Christ is the word of God and his spirit, but a creature and a servant. Notice that he then goes on this page to refer to whether or not Christians are heteriasts or basically people that are, committing kufr by committing shirk, right? We introduce an associate or partners with God by declaring Christ to be the Son of God and God. We say to them that the prophets and scriptures have delivered this to us. This sounds really like he's actually critiquing the monotheism of the Muslims here. So I don't really understand what this academic is saying, but I'm going to have to respectfully disagree, right? He talks about how Christ is a word and a spirit. He says that they mutilate God in their monotheism. I don't really understand how you can say it's so difficult to find John of Damascus really talking about this. I think the data is really clear here. So although I love academia, this is just something really clear. While Muhammad, the Quran, and often Muslim behavior are negatively viewed, it's difficult to find any text that says that Muhammad's monotheism was one other than the true Christian God, one creator and judge. He literally critiques it right here. It would be far better for you to say that he has an associate than to mutilate him, as if you were dealing with a stone or a piece of wood or some other inanimate object. Thus, you speak untruly when you call us heteriasts. We retort by calling you the mutilators of God. So that is essentially what he talks about against the Muslims. And I think that's very, 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 very easy to demonstrate.
Islam's true monotheism is hardly ever contested, even in the most bitter of criticisms. While Muhammad, the Quran, and often Muslim behavior are negatively viewed, it is difficult...
Let me check this with ChatGPT. How about that? Let me check this with ChatGPT real quick. You don't mind? You don't mind if I season it?
to find any text that says that Muhammad's monotheism was other than of the true Christian God, one creator and judge. The 9th century patriarch Timothy I said, Muhammad separated his people from idolatry and polytheism.
Timothy is an historian. So we're actually, this is crazy. So we are actually appealing to Nestorians now. We're finished, bro. We're actually appealing to Nestorians now. Actual Nestorians, bro. Actual Nestorians. They believe Jesus Christ was just a random bread that died for your sins. They rejected the Council of Ephesus. They believed Jesus Christ was a normal Joe going around healing people. But hey, I guess he said Muslims and Christians worship the same God, bro. So I guess we should take it seriously, bro. This is crazy. This is actual craziness that will... What a time to be alive, bro. What a time to be alive, gang. This is wild.
Polytheism, and attach them to the cult and the knowledge of one God, beside whom there is no other God. Granted, there were church fathers like Chrysostom who disagreed on the Jews worshiping God, but this shows the necessity of the Magisterium for interpreting not just unclear Bible passages, but also disagreeing.
Oh, he concedes that John Chrysostom believes that Jews and Christians worship different gods. Great. But then he says something interesting. This shows the necessity of the Magisterium for teaching whether Christians and Jews worship the same God. Okay. If you want to say that you need a magisterial position on this, what's the magisterial position on this? Because I thought the magisterial position was the Ecumenical Council of Vatican II. But apparently, it's not Vatican II that's the Ecumenical Council that can solve this infallible defined issue. Apparently, it wasn't even an infallible teaching. So my question to you is, how do you know when the Catholic Church is defining faith and dogma when literally when an ecumenical council gets together, it can't define teachings or it isn't defining teachings? That makes no sense.
Among the church fathers on theological issues, saying that what the church teaches is just whatever you or your favorite Orthodox YouTuber or social media account says it teaches sounds like Protestantism.
True, it sounds like Protestantism, which is why you shouldn't watch my videos for dogma. You actually should not do this. To know what the Orthodox Church teaches, you can literally inquire into your local synod. Inquire into your local synod and ask them what it is the Orthodox Church believes. And when multiple patriarchs, multiple bishops, not just multiple, but the entire throng of Orthodox scholarship supports a particular position, you believe it, right? Now, what other content creators do is, to the best of their ability, they explicate that. But when you have guys like this guy telling you that basically you go to social media accounts, just don't believe him. Don't go to social media accounts. Go somewhere else, right? You shouldn't. I mean, it's nice to come to my channel and like tune in. You know, you can use me, whatever, to help you with data. But this is exactly the same thing as Catholics do, by the way, because they go to his videos, right? They go to Joe Heschmeyer's videos, like he mentioned. They go to Jimmy Akin's videos. When they read the documents of, Vatican II, and they read the documents of the CCC, and they read the documents of the Pope, and they hear his messages, they think something. They think something, Trent. You know this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made the video. Right? Now, a lot of people are really worried about these doctrines. Notice how you don't really go on videos constantly talking about the Trinity. You don't. You address issues that you believe are pertinent to the crises developing in the Catholic world. But those crises only develop because people are confused about the Magisterium, right? So simply an Orthodox Christian being confused about something or having to have a harder time to work out the data doesn't falsify Orthodox Christianity at all. If anything, it makes it more prudent because they need to spend more time before coming to a radical conclusion on a church teaching. Okay, so it's more of a slow burn process than them just updating every century.
Not apostolic Christianity. And ironically, early Protestants...
What do you think apostolic Christianity did in the old days? They would just appeal to their local bishop and just run with it.
Sound like the fathers at the Second Vatican Council. Martin Luther said this: "For all outside of Christianity, whether heathen, Turks, Jews, or false Christians and hypocrites, although they believe in and worship only one true God, yet know not what his mind towards them is." The passage about Islam from Vatican II is not in error, and it doesn't contradict previous church teaching.
I feel like he mentioned another document from a saint. Did he mention another document from a saint, or just... He didn't mention any other saint, I don't think. Oh, he did. Look.
Gregory of Nyssa said, "We can hear Jews believing in God, and our God too. Even our Lord reminds them in the gospel that they recognize no other God than the Father, of the only begotten, of whom ye say that he is your God. Are we then to call the Jews Christians, because they too agree to worship the God whom we adore?" Gavin.
So this is really important. I knew this. So Isaac Dominguez says Trent somehow winning the stream. Isaac, if you came up and spoke to me, you get washed. Please don't do this, okay? Anyways, so Gregory of Nyssa has a really cool talk against this, against the Macedonians. And he defines worship really, 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 really importantly in this passage. And he actually is talking about what should be considered Christian worship. And he explicitly is talking about, and this is what worship is, that I mean, which is offered for objects we have at heart, along with supplication and humiliation. So my question would be, would Gregory of Nyssa believe that they are worshipping the same God? This is Gregory of Nyssa's worship, right? This Gregory of Nyssa is talking about worship, and Gregory of Nyssa is saying that people that deny the Holy Spirit's deity would thus not be worshipping God, because they do not have, right, offered for objects at heart with supplication and humiliation. So this is Gregory of Nyssa, the same text, and actually this is just towards the end of the paragraph. This is literally Gregory of Nyssa giving a definition for worship and then saying Jews don't match that. Why? He says, literally, these men do not even deign to ask of the giver, nor to kneel to the ruler, nor to attend upon the potentate. So, to be very clear, Gregory of Nyssa also does not believe in Trent's position, as said. Plus, he also mentions the same thing with Manichaeans, and obviously you would never say a Manichaean who is a dualist and believes Satan's equal to God worships the same God as you. That's just not true.
Ibn Acosta's study of Vatican II and Islam says the 8th century Father John of Damascus, quote, affirms that Muhammad rightly it means God can use imperfect methods to gradually enlighten people about salvation in him. For example, I
agree that God can use any method that he wants to, like, help people onto the path of salvation, but it's not saying the plan of salvation includes the Muslims who God will draw to himself. He's saying the plan of salvation includes Muslims who can worship God. Plus, in the previous debates that we've had with Trent Doherty is saying that the Muslims are actually successful in their worship of God.
Often uses Protestants to bring people out of atheism, but that doesn't mean Protestant theology is God's final plan for those people. Likewise, one could say that...
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
God foreknew the error of it.
And I think that this is something that people really miss with Vatican II. Vatican II is saying that Muslims worship God wrongly, yet they're still fruitful in worshiping God because God can still lead them to him. That's what Vatican II is saying.
Islam, and so he providentially used it to move some people away from polytheism and prepare them for the gospel, even though God did not positively will Islam to exist. Saying Muslims are part of the plan of salvation does not mean Islam saves people. It just means that God wants to save all people, and he uses every single person on earth, whether they know it.
By the way, please, if you are one of the Reformed folk, please go and defend what Luther is saying if you want to.
Not as part of his divine plan. The passage continues. In the first place amongst these, there are the Muslims who, professing to
I do want to say that every single papal statement has authority. I just want to say that.
Hold the faith of Abraham. Note the qualification. Muslims profess or claim to have the faith of Abraham.
True. They proclaim to have the faith of Abraham because they don't actually have the faith of Abraham, but they worship God though. They don't just claim to worship God. You're saying they do worship God. And the word in Latin is adorator, and that's the only Latin word for worship. It's just adoration. So this is an issue. Are you saying they venerate God? Are you saying they worshiping God? What's going on?
But they don't actually have that faith because the Quran is an uninspired distortion of the Old and New Testament delivered by a false prophet.
I agree with you. I agree with you that it's like a distortion, but I don't know if it's uninspired.
For this in my episode on why I'm not a Muslim, linked in the description below. Hey, real fast. At this point, a lot of support us at Trent Horn sponsorships. And now, back to the episode. And finally, the passage says that Muslims, quote, along with us, adore the one and merciful God, who on the last day will judge mankind.
Okay, so the who there... The who that judged the mankind is not the same referent. Muslims do not believe Jesus Christ is going to judge mankind. Christians believe that Jesus is going to judge mankind. So they're not talking about the one merciful God. Because the one merciful God is the person that's going to judge mankind. But the person that's going to judge mankind is Jesus. So Muslims do not refer to Jesus when they say, merciful God who judges mankind. They're referring to a completely different entity. And actually they will say, the person that Jesus worshipped. Whereas Jesus is the person that's going to judge mankind. So they fail in referring to the same subject.
As I said before, I don't like the claim Muslims and Christians worship the same God. Pope St. John Paul II did use this language sometimes, like in an address to young Muslims, but this address either has no magisterial authority or very little authority, especially in comparison to what was taught at the Second Vatican Council.
That's not true. That is officially not true. Every single papal statement at all times and places has magisterial weight. It has authoritative and ordinary authority. It does not have infallible authority. It does have authority. Every single statement of a pope is authoritative, and it applies to all Catholics. Every single statement that the pope makes applies to Catholics. All that is different, though, is that it's not universal. Sorry, no, it is universal. It is not. It does not require the full assent of faith, and it's not infallible. It still does require a special submission religiously of your mind and your will. So you still have to. Oh, wrong movement. You still have to submit to it, as I was saying. You'll say, what do you think about the Antichrist? Who I don't know, man. What?
Perfectly worship God through the praise they offer him. Required to worship God, leaderships. And now back to magisterial authority or very little authority, especially in comparison to what was taught at the Second Vatican Council. This is the claim.
Oh, wait, hold on. So if the Second Vatican Council has a higher, if the Second Vatican Council has higher authority than the statements of the Pope, right, by himself, he has higher magisterial authority, then he's ranked higher than 4. So that would make Vatican II infallible again. You see the problem that Trent is saying here? Trent is saying the statement that Pope John Paul II made is weaker, it's on a lower magisterial level than everything Vatican II said. But anything higher than what Pope John Paul II said is infallible, right? Like, you see that? So any statement that the Pope says is on this level, but it comes infallible when he's teaching with his college. But you're saying Vatican II is higher than this. So it's here. Now, I think it's supposed to be here, but you're saying it's here. But if you're doing this, it's a contradiction. We know it's not here. It needs to be here. But you said he didn't define anything infallibly. So that means it's not an ecumenical council. So it's down here. But if it's an ecumenical council, it's supposed to have extraordinary infallibility, so it's supposed to be here. We're saying it didn't, so it's here. But you're saying it's an infallible, you're saying it's an ecumenical council, sorry. So it's here. So then it has infallible authority. No, so it's here. Okay, so it's not an ecumenical council. It is. Okay. So it has extraordinary infallibility. So it's extraordinary. No, it's here. Okay. So it's not an ecumenical council. No, it is. So it's here. Okay, so it's extraordinary. No, it's here. You see the actual brain rot? Do you see? This is what you do to people, gang.
Much more interested in addressing. So let's address some of the objections that people make to this particular statement.
What, does SIG not understand that papal statements and ecumenical council decrees can have different weights? What? Oh my gosh, ASR, you completely misunderstand.
First, some critics say the Bible teaches that a person cannot worship or adore God if they don't worship the Trinity. However, the Bible gives examples of people who did worship God even though they were ignorant of the Trinity.
Oh,
St.
wow.
Paul told the Athenians, I found also an altar with this inscription, to an unknown God. What therefore you worship as unknown, this I proclaim to you.
Okay, I'm not going to go through this whole entire thing. I'm actually going to recommend that you watch something special that I've actually done on this topic. I had a recent video that I've literally just uploaded with this guy called Dion. In this video, I go through a brief explanation of Acts chapter 17, okay? In essence, it doesn't use the word worship, and Paul's not saying that the Greeks worship the true God. What's actually going on is, according to St. John Chrysostom, is that the Greeks, who were very, very zealous, decided to make altars to religiously respect all the sorts of communities, and they had objects of worship, and then they had a pillar, which would just signify any sort of religious respect to another god that they weren't aware of. So there, you are actually, showing that the Greeks weren't worshipping God because, number one, they didn't know anything about any other god because they weren't purposing one god but multiple different entities, and they weren't actually trying to give worship to those entities but just, pious respect. And the Greek word for pious respect that's used there just refers to the idea of just having worship. right? Not having worship. The term respect just does not mean worship there. What it means is just personal family respect. It's used in 1 Timothy, and in 1 Timothy, that term, eusivite, is literally just used to refer to when someone's nice to someone else. Yerothi, what? Yerothi, you don't need to donate. You're one of the guys, man. You're one of the guys. You don't need to donate. Yerothi, you madman. You madman. You don't need to donate. Yarenda Yerothi, your blessing.
In Romans 1:20-21, Paul says, "Ever since the creation of the world, his invisible nature, namely his eternal power and deity, has been clearly perceived in the things that have been made. So they, the pagan Gentiles, are without excuse. For although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks to him, but they became..."
Okay, so this again would actually support a weaker position that still wouldn't reconcile with the Catholic idea that there are pagans that even though they know God, they don't worship him. So you can take two positions. Either you know the true God and you don't worship him, or you don't know the true God, and so you don't worship him. Now, Muslims are in the position where they don't know the true God and they don't worship him. Or Muslims that know about the Trinity would know who the true God is, but don't worship him. Still, they don't worship the true God. When it comes to pagans, pagans are people that may be able to calculate the fact that the true God exists, but they will not be able to actually worship the true God, either because they're going to go to idolatry or something else. So there are two different groups and strands and arguments that someone can actually put into these people, and then people like confuse those categories because they want to go onto this argument of like, oh, Muslims worship God falsely. Like, no. Put the people in the correct categories. Certain people don't worship the true God at all. Some people don't even know the true God. Okay, it's very, very easy. Sig says, my guess is that you reject my natural theology. I don't reject natural theology. I reject the assumption in natural theology that you don't need divine revelation anymore. The whole point of natural theology is to demonstrate that even if someone was not to consider divine revelation, one can still conclude that there is a creator. That's true. That doesn't mean that you can worship, because worship isn't just a natural act. There isn't a natural act of worship that one can just give. And that's important. But the other assumption is that now, because of natural theology, I won't need the Bible. This is the actual problem with natural theology. I like natural theology. I think natural theology is great, okay? I think natural theology is fantastic. The problem with natural theology is not that, you're using your reason to work out that God exists without the Bible. Is that you think that because you can do that, you don't need special revelation at all. How many times have you had an atheist come up to you, or the Christian, or even or a deist come up to you, or someone that's like agnostic that says, I can understand why God exists, but why would I need to believe that's the Christian God? Why would I need to believe in the Bible? Why would I need to believe in divine revelation? Why do I need to believe in all of these things? Why do I need to believe in the resurrection? I'm fine with God existing. In fact, maybe God probably does exist, but like, I don't see why I need to believe that God is Jesus. I don't see why I need to believe that God is this and that and this and that. I don't see why I need to believe in the flood. I don't see why I need to believe that God spoke to a donkey through a donkey. I don't see why I need to believe in prophecy. I don't see why I need to believe that, God was able to command genocide and that was okay. I don't need to see why I need to believe that God needs to die on the cross. I don't even see why I need to believe that God became a man. So notice that natural theology isn't bad because it uses logic without revelation to get to God, okay? The fact of his existence. It's bad because it assumes that because you can do that somehow, right? Like John of Damascus does and all the church fathers, that because you can do that, you don't need God anymore, right? You don't need special revelation anymore. That's the sin of natural theology. It basically confuses what you're actually capable of doing to now that being the only thing that you should really worry about doing. And that's the problem with natural theology. I love natural theology, okay? I just think that there are problems with it.
Futile in their thinking, and their senseless minds were darkened. St. Paul assumes a person can not only worship God if they don't know he is a Trinity, but a person is morally required to worship God.
Yeah, if you're morally required to worship God, that means that the chances is that you did not do it. So you didn't worship God. So in the cases of these people in Romans chapter 1, they know that God exists, but they don't want to worship him. Instead, they worship idols, right? So in that exact case, you are proving that there are people, pagans, this group of pagans, that do not worship the true God.
And give him thanks as the one creator. Those who sacrifice to idols worship demons because idols represent finite creatures, not the true uncreated God.
True. So if they sacrifice to demons or idols who are finite creations instead of the creator, that means that they're not sacrificing to the uncreated creator.
who can be known to exist and surpasses anything made by human hands. The First Vatican Council infallibly taught that, quote, God, the source and end of all things, can be known with certainty from the consideration of created things by the natural power of human reason.
Yeah, you can know by certainty that there is a God that exists. In fact, Gregory of Nyssa says that by natural reason, you can get to the conclusion that there is a divine energy. You won't get to the conclusion that there are three persons that have that divine energy that takes the light of faith. And only the light of faith can secure that reason. That being said, if Vatican I is able to define things infallibly, why can't Vatican II have the same infallibility, ordinarily speaking? You said Vatican I infallibly taught. The only difference between Vatican I and II is Vatican II doesn't have that much negative language. Vatican I does.
In my article, The Case for Natural Theology, linked below, I show how this was the case for all of church history, and I specifically cite Eastern writers to show natural theology wasn't just a Western practice.
Yeah, that's true. This is true. Gregory Thematicus talks about the two types of ways of reasoning to God. You can either use creatures to go up to God, or you can presuppose God and show him through creatures.
Exists by natural reason, then he can offer natural praise or thanks to God, which
No, that does not follow.
is a kind of worship, albeit one that is not salvific.
That doesn't follow that there's natural praise to God. What is natural praise?
Jesus told the Samaritan woman in John 4 that, quote, you worship what you do not know. We worship what we know, for salvation is from the Jews.
I love this. I love this so much. Because people believe that when the... who was the name of the Samaritan woman? Name of the Samaritan woman. Fotini, okay. When Saint Fotini was doing this particular thing, I love this story because people use this as a way of trying to demonstrate that Christians... Okay, there's a fly in my room and I'm really getting bothered with it. When Saint Fotini said, you worship what you don't know, okay, and you worship what you do know. As you can see here, this is something that someone has basically used as an apologetic to say, see, so Christians and Muslims do not worship the same God, or Christians and Jews or this Samaritan woman worship the same God. Now, I would like you to think, I want you to think for 5 seconds. Do you guys think that Saint Fotini in this passage worships the same God that the Jews worship? I want you to answer that question. Do you think that in this passage, Saint Fotini is worshipping the same God that, the Jews were worshipping at the time? Do you think that was going on? Be honest, Be honest. Let me see. Do you think that they were worshipping the same God? She is Samaritan. No, the Samaritans turned the temple into a temple to Zeus. Yes. The actual answer is no, of course not. Because Saint Fotini wasn't a Jew. They were actually pagans that moved in to the place. They were pagans that actually... Okay, if you see the fly zipping around my room, I'm so sorry. They were pagans that actually moved in. Okay? Okay, look at this definition of natural praise. Natural praise is the kind of praise or admiration that follows from our natural faculty when we recognize something good, beautiful, or noble in creation. Okay, so again, natural praise is just being defined as praise. Like, oh my god. Okay, so this fly is actually annoying me. I'm gonna take this out. Hold on. I'm back, I'm sorry. Bro doesn't know basic philosophy. Okay. Guys, I don't know basic phil. Oh my gosh, I'm done. Okay. King Silver's apparently going to debunk your debate with Dion. Free content for another stream. Sylv, look, bro. I love you, gang. Please don't do this, okay? You do not need to do this, gang. Sylv, bro. Sylv, please. Please don't do this. If you want, we can have a debate on whether or not Christians are... Oh my god, the fly's back! Anyways. We can have a debate on whether this is the case. But don't do this, bro. Okay? Alright, let's continue. Anyway, so if we look at what John Chrysostom says, Saint John Chrysostom, check his post, it's wild. What do you mean? Alright. Oh, wow. Okay. This is a really nice thumbnail. Okay. Says post, right? Okay. People need to stay in their lane and stop trying to argue that the Quran refers to the Trinity when it doesn't mention it anywhere at all. I will be reviewing the discussion between Sig and Dion, where Sig clearly shows a lack of understanding of the Quran and misrepresents our position as well. So, look, bro, you know who I am. You can just talk to me. If you have a disagreement, you can just talk to me, okay? Look, man, Sylv, out of grace for all the times that we've ever known each other, I'm going to let it slide for today, okay? Don't do this again, okay? You do not need to do this, okay? I'm going to review it because this is who I am, but don't do this, alright? Why do people think they can just mess with me? This makes no sense. Like, why do you think you can just debate me? Like, I retired from this. Wasn't he a debate bro with you? Yes, I know, right? Anyways, this is the passage I want you to see. How did the Samaritans know not what they worship? Because they thought that God was local and partial, so at least they served him, and so they sent to the Persians and reported that the God of this place is angry with us, in this respect forming no higher opinion of him than of their idols. Wherefore they continued to serve both him and devils, joining things which ought not to be joined. The Jews, on the contrary, were free from this supposition, at least the greater part of them, and knew that he was God of the world. Therefore he says, you worship what you don't know, we worship what we know. Do not wonder that he numbers himself among Jews, for he speaks to the woman's opinion of him as though he were a Jewish prophet. And therefore he puts, we worship, for that he is of the objects of worship is clear to everyone, because to worship belongs to the creature, but to be worshipped to the Lord of the creature. So here, what's going on is actually that these people believe that God was a creature. So Saint Fotini, when Jesus says you worship what you don't know, is because obviously she's worshipping a thing that she does not have that knowledge of. But the knowledge here is the knowledge of something that's created. But as Trent Horn has said, if you believe something is an idol, then you are not worshipping the creator.
This also came up in the debate with Jay Dyer, who admitted that a non-Christian can worship God in a qualified sense of the word worship, because the word worship has multiple meanings.
The Samaritans are Unitarians. It's the same fundamental ontological position as Islam, right? They're Unitarian.
He shouldn't have equated the Unitarians with Samaritans, man. They're different kinds.
Jesus says you worship what you don't know. So the true sense here of what matters in terms of worship and adoration.
So she does worship it. So she.
But the point is
Yeah, see what I'm saying? So she does worship, right?
that she doesn't know it.
But it doesn't matter. The resolution is
not intimately.
And that was the whole argument that I made. That's what I said. I said James knows the Trinity.
The resolution
Cameron,
of
can
the
you put up
debate
my
is
Superman
whether
slide?
Christians and Muslims. The resolution of the debate. Hold on. The resolution of the debate was whether Christians and Muslims worship the same God. If you can.
Thoughts on reviewing Wagner on this? Depends on how long Wagner's take was. Like, guys, I try my best to like keep my streams kind of short, but I've been streaming for like recently, like 4 hours, 5 hours. It's like, it's mad. I want to chill, you know what I'm saying?
See that it's possible to worship the true God even without, in some sense, knowing him, then you've just considered the debate.
Jay said in response that the worship was not salvific, to which the Catholics on the panel agreed with him. Worship is not a narrow, simple category. As I argued in my previous episode, The Protestant Worship Problem, Protestants cannot fully worship God because they don't offer the sacrifice of Christ to the Father through the Eucharist.
Nice. See, this is the conclusion people need to come to, right? They need to make worship scalable.
But Protestants can still imperfectly worship God through the praise they offer.
Wait, hold on. When is this going to happen? Okay, there's like no comments. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong video. Sorry.
For him. Muslims have even less worship to offer God than Protestants because they're not baptized. However, Muslims can still know from reason that one God exists and give God the praise he is naturally due, in accord with what Paul says in Romans 1.
By the way, this entire stream is going to go to like the patrons. So if you want to catch it, at patreon.com/SIIIG1, you get all the streams.
Athanasius Schneider put it this way: when a person sincerely adores God the Creator, as I assume the majority of simple Muslim people do, they adore God with a natural act of worship, based on the natural knowledge of God, the Creator. Every non-Christian, every non-baptized person, including a Muslim, can adore God on the level of the natural knowledge of the existence of God. They adore in a natural act of adoration the same God, whom we adore in a supernatural act, and with supernatural faith in the Holy Trinity. But these are two essentially different acts of adoration. The one is an act of natural knowledge, and the other is an act of
Ironically, he doesn't actually have to believe this statement. But he can, so.
Supernatural faith. And God can use this natural knowledge to lead a person to have supernatural saving faith in Christ. Consider the Roman centurion Cornelius in Acts chapter 10. Luke describes Cornelius as a devout man who feared God with all his household, gave alms liberally to the people, and prayed constantly to God.
Yeah, I think that actually Cornelius was a Christian. I just don't think he had like the sacrament of initiation yet, right? We've had people that were Christians before initiation. As a matter of fact, you can be a Christian before initiation. How do I know that? Because if you go to the Council of Trullo, Trullo gives a definition of a Christian before he gets initiated, right? So if we go to the Quinta-Sixth Council right here, where is it? Yeah, Trullo. And again, this is on the rebaptism of like heretics and whatever, right? So right here, if you look at that, right here, look at what it says here. Right? If we have all other heresies, right? And all other heresies, for there are many heresies here, especially those who come from the region of the Galatians, all of their number who are desirous of coming to the Orthodox faith, we receive as Gentiles. On the first day, we make them Christians. So they're Christians before they become catechumens, and then they're baptized and initiated. So you can be a Christian before you are baptized and before you have the grace of the Holy Spirit. So I don't understand why he's going off here moving like this guy was just like a pagan, even though he's able to clearly see an angel of God. Like what?
An angel then told Cornelius, your prayers and your alms have ascended as a memorial before God.
So that means they were efficacious. So in your sense, you're saying that there are Muslims, right? There are Muslims that are able to, and this is really important, you're saying that there are Muslims that are able to have efficacious prayers if Cornelius can. Are there any Muslims in the world that can have efficacious prayer? If that's the case, what's the point of trying to just reduce the Muslim position to it's impossible for any Muslim to have like efficacious prayer if you've already accepted that there are pagans that can have efficacious prayers as well? That makes absolutely no sense.
And then he commanded Cornelius to see St. Peter. The average faithful Jew of the Old Testament worshipped God, even though he...
I agree with you. Yes, the average faithful Jew worshipped the true God because the prophets had intimate knowledge of who the true God was. And this is because each person that truthfully served God would have served in line with the prophet's message, not just the text that they wrote, but they physically spoke to the prophets and communicated with them. And those prophets had intimate knowledge of the Trinity.
He did not know God as a Trinity. Now,
No, I think the prophets all had intimate knowledge of the Trinity.
people try to claim that ancient Jews were Trinitarians because they knew about the angel of the Lord, or they read Psalms that talked about the Lord's...
Sure. I can understand that there are individual Jews, but when we talk about the community of the Jews, we are assuming the Jews that would follow constantly in line with the prophetic message. And the God that the prophets would reveal to them was the God that appeared to me at Bethel, the angel of the Lord that appeared to me. And that angel of the Lord obviously isn't the unseen God, because Moses is told that no one can see his face can live. So that would be another person there. You have in Isaiah where it says, Yahweh sends me, who is Yahweh, and Yahweh's Spirit sends me. That's three persons that is being identified in Isaiah. So this is really, really easy to identify the fact that the triad, the holy persons were already given to the prophets, at the very least, like the prophets were. And even if Jews as a whole weren't worshipping the true God, we can still say that there were Jews worshipping the true God, definitely. In fact, we know at least 7,000 who did so. According to the book of 1 Kings, it says, according to the book of 1 Kings says that I have left myself 7,000, all who have never bowed to Baal, and every mouth that has not kissed him, 7,000 faithful servants. Oh, did not work.
Saying to my Lord, or for those who lived after the 3rd century before Christ, believed there were two powers in heaven. And I agree they were not strict Unitarians, but that doesn't mean ancient Jews were Trinitarians. Recognizing divine power beyond one person doesn't entail belief in the true God or the Trinity. Jehovah's Witnesses...
Okay, did Moses believe in the true God or not?
...call Jesus a God, but they reject the Trinity. If these critics say that Jehovah's Witnesses don't worship God, then they'd have to reject the claim that Old Testament Jews worshipped God simply because they had a vague belief in a multiple divine power theory.
I don't even think that Jehovah's Witnesses are really even clear on whether or not they should worship Jesus. Most of them are polytheists, so they would not be worshipping the true God. They wouldn't be worshipping the true God because they believe that they are able to worship a pure creature who would be Jesus.
All of this shows that ignorance of the Trinity doesn't prevent someone from offering worship to God.
It's not just ignorance of the Trinity in most cases. In a lot of cases, it's not just the ignorance of the Trinity, but their obstinance towards the reference of the Trinity.
Which, of course, God may or may not accept. But another objection tries to make a distinction between ignorance of God's true nature and willfully rejecting God's true nature. It says the latter is an insurpassable impediment to worshiping God, but the former is not. Ancient Jews, Samaritans, Greeks, and Romans like Cornelius did worship God because they were merely ignorant of his true triune nature. However, if you know about the doctrine of the Trinity and consciously reject that doctrine, then you cannot worship God. Here's how Gavin Ortlund put it.
I don't even think Trent Horn is dishonest. I think he's just trying to make a point.
There's a difference between rejecting the Trinity after God has made it clear.
Yeah, after God has made it clear is really important here. So you clearly now know what the Trinity is and you know who God is. It's not like God just says, well, I'm the Trinity, and then everyone laughs, right? Because they think, there's no way he could be the Trinity. But no, he makes it clear, and you're like, no, I will never believe that concept. Disgusting.
Revealed it more fully, versus not knowing the Trinity fully before God has made it clear. Those are very different. Ignorance prior to revelation, rejection after revelation, two different things.
First, if you hold this view, then the agnostic friend in the hiking story can't be worshiping God because
he's already committed to that position that he's not worshiping God.
He rejects the Trinity. However, most people would see his behavior as natural adoration of God that isn't salvific.
I don't think most people would do that. I think that is a negative intuition pump. I don't think most people would see that at all.
But it's still praiseworthy.
Bear in mind, intuition pumps are fine. I just don't think that this is a valid intuition pump. And by valid, I don't mean literally that there is a premise and conclusion and nothing follows. I just don't think this is an intuition pump that needs to be made. I think people need to think for themselves on this issue.
And
for example, does anyone really think that when an atheist walks to the top of a mountain and he says, "Wow, thank you God," that he's actually like praising God or something? It's like he's worshiping? No.
Adore God alongside such a person. Second, there doesn't seem to be a meaningful difference between one who is in ignorance of a person's true identity and one who rejects true claims about a person's identity when it comes to being able to express praise toward that person.
Wait, hold on. Do you think atheist prayers before God are accepted? So that means that they're committing the action of supernatural worship, because natural actions of praise, according to you, aren't going to be accepted by God. But now you're saying that someone who is a pagan can supernaturally worship God. I'm responding to Isaac Dominguez in the comments.
When a random person thanks Superman for saving him, he may be ignorant about Superman's identity as Clark Kent, or even who Clark Kent is, but Clark receives their thanks nonetheless. In some storylines, Clark's childhood friend Lana knows he is Superman, so when she thanks Superman, she knowingly is thanking Clark as well. But in many stories, Lois Lane not only does not know Clark is Superman, she actively rejects that claim.
Well, Lois, the truth is I'm actually Superman in disguise, and I only pretend to be a journalist in order to hear about disasters as they happen and then squeeze you out of the byline.
You're a sick man, Kent.
You asked.
And yet when Lois Lane thanks Superman for saving her, she is still thanking Clark, even if she not only doesn't know it, but rejects that identity claim. So
this is crazy. Okay, so number one, don't ever test a fan of these things, okay? Guys don't understand that I've watched Superman, bro. I've watched Superman, gang. I've watched the Superman fan. I've watched DC, bro. I was a DC nigga before Marvel, bro. And I actually know exactly where this comes from. As a matter of fact, okay, there is the actual clip of Superman, okay? Right? I know where this is. This is the joke, right?
See, I've lived in Metropolis most of my...
So what I want you to know, this is the full clip. I'm going to show you.
See, I've lived in Metropolis most of my life, and I can't figure out how some yokel from Smallville is suddenly getting every hot story in town.
Well, Lois, the truth is I'm actually Superman in disguise, and I only pretend to be a journalist in order to hear about disasters as they happen and then squeeze you out of the byline.
You're a sick man, Kent.
You asked.
So notice, right? This is a joke. This is a joke. This is not equivalent. This is a joke. And this is a running gag in the series, right, where Superman jokes around with Lois Lane. This is not something that he's actually revealing to her, because he is not intending to be real with her, and he knows that she's going to reject it because she knows that he's joking. Now, how do I know that? Because for 9 episodes straight, right? This is season 1, episode 9. For 9 episodes straight, Superman has hidden his identity from Lois Lane. So she has no reason at all to accept that Clark Kent is actually Superman. In an actual matter of fact, okay, when Clark Kent said this joke, you can see how he smugly said, "You asked," right? It's a joke. Anyone can watch this clip and know, oh, this is just a joke. Obviously, Clark is joking. He's joking to Lois Lane and not actually saying, "I'm Superman." But the whole running theme of the joke is, we know he's Superman. So obviously, we're like, ha ha ha, if only she knew. When in reality, Lois Lane is still none the wiser, even though he actually told her the truth. You know how I know that? Because people do that all the time. Like, for example, right? If I say, hey, listen, man, the truth is, the reason why, right? If I said this, right? Hey, the reason why I'm able to make so many videos is because I actually kill people and take their money, so I don't need yours. Obviously, you guys are going to be like, ha 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 ha, Sig is joking, right? Ha ha ha, Sig is joking. He doesn't kill any people. You're a sick man, Sig. You don't actually kill people. And I'm going to be like, you asked. Now again, right? I didn't lie to you, right? But I didn't intend to just tell you the truth in such a way as you would actually receive it. I didn't do that. But as you can see, you guys would know the butt of the joke is that I actually do kill people. Right? I actually do kill people. Now, I don't actually. Obviously, I don't kill people. But that's the point. It's a joke. Like, it's a running gag, right? It's a running gag in the entire series. Please just go and watch the Superman franchise. He isn't just, like, actually confessing to Lois Lane like he's trying to be truthful here. All right, bro? It's just not the case. It's just not the case, dude. All right.
So a Christian saying, "Thank you, God," would be like Lana thanking Superman. And your agnostic hiking friend or a Muslim...
Okay, I can be like, okay, so if I say, like, the reason why I do this is because, like, I'm prideful, I'm broke, and I need money. And everyone's like, ha, 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 Sig, you're not prideful, you have okay money, ha, 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 that's just you're lying. And I'm like, well, you asked, right? Ha, ha. Like, the whole point is I know you're not going to actually believe me, okay? It's a joke, all right? Jesus.
Muslims saying, "Thank you, God," would be like Lois thanking Superman. Even those who reject God's true identity can offer natural, imperfect, non-salvific worship to God as the...
But you gave the example of Cornelius, who was a pagan non-Christian who actually gave God salvific worship. So your analogies refute this particular point.
One infinite creator of the universe. Finally, this objection does not work because the Bible refers to Jews who rejected Jesus as serving God. Acts 22 describes Paul telling the Jews in Jerusalem that in persecuting Christians, he was, quote, "being zealous for God, as you all are this day."
This is so true. Now, I want to ask you, when he says that the Jews were zealous for God, do you think that he was referring to the specific rabbinic Jews that John Chrysostom says do not worship God, the same rabbinic Jews that Justin Martyr says reject God, put him into broken cisterns? Obviously not, okay? Now, I have for you the context of this passage, because if you go to Acts, I want to say, if you go to the book of Acts, I want you to look at the actual passage in question. In Acts chapter 22, verse 3, in order for you to understand when he's talking to the Jews here, you need to go back to chapter 21. In Acts chapter 21, Paul is on the way to Jerusalem, and the disciples with Paul warn Paul, hey, people are going to attack you at the city, right? Because Paul left in bad blood and now he's back. But then, as you can see, in those days, people are coming, right? And they're glorifying God. You see, brother, how many myriads of Jews there who have believed, they are all zealous for the law. So these Jews who have actually believed in the gospel are zealous for the law. Interesting. So being zealous for the law doesn't mean that you believe, and it doesn't mean that you worship. But let's look at who the people are that are zealous for the law. Is it the rabbinic Jews, or is it just the general Jewish population that aren't really wise about what was going on with Jesus, given the fact that Jesus, even though he was worldwide famous, hadn't really established a sect that crazily in Jerusalem? It was all the way in Antioch. As you can see, if you go to verse 28, when the 7 days were almost ended, meaning the purification rite that he took, right? Seeing him in the temple, stirred out the whole crowd, these Jews laid hands on Paul, crying out, "Men of Israel, help! This is the man who teaches all men everywhere against the people, the law, and this place, Jerusalem. And furthermore, he brought Greeks into the temple and has defiled this holy place." Ooh, xenophobic, right? And then what happened? The entire city broke loose, bro. And we all wanted to kill him. The entire city broke loose. So there was a mob. Then, right, he starts to address the Jerusalem mob. And he speaks to them in Hebrew. Importantly, notice, when Paul is speaking to the Jews generally, he says that the Jewish people generally are zealous for God. Well, most of the Jewish people were going to be ignorant of the gospel because the ones that actually knew the gospel believed in it. The same way when he went to a particular place, the Jews disbelieved him, but the Berean Jews did believe him. So this is not a wholesale understanding of Jews everywhere believing in the one true God or being zealous for God. It's that these people who are believing the mob starters were trying to do the best thing that they could in the situation, which was persecute Paul because of their zeal in ignorance. And then you realize how he then started preaching the text. Right? And then the entire group gets angry after Paul says, "I'm not going to preach to the Jews, I'm going to preach to the Gentiles." That's when they get angry. So the context of this passage is not giving a blanket universal statement on the nature of whether Jews are zealous for God or not. This is simply the fact that when he was speaking to a crowd or mob of Jews that were uneducated, because they weren't all Pharisees and they weren't all rabbis, that these people who were simpletons were trying to be zealous for God because they were ignorant of the gospel as had been preached, given the fact that Paul literally the entirety of Acts 22 goes on to preach the gospel to them. And then they reject it. So,
and in Romans 10, Paul says, "My heart's desire and prayer to God for them, the Jews, is that they may be saved. I bear them witness that they have a zeal for God, but it is not enlightened. For being ignorant..."
He's saying, I bear them witness that they have a zeal for God. This doesn't mean that, hey, I'm testifying that they have a zeal for God. This actually means, hey, I used to be one of these people. And because I know what it was like to be a Jew like them, as how I was going to persecute the people of God, I know what it means for them to be zealous for God. That's what Paul is saying. I know this because generally in patristic literature, the idea of having zeal without knowledge is just used to refer to misguided zeal. So zeal that fails to properly refer back to God. So someone can have zeal, but it's misguided. But this would go against Trent's argument, obviously, because he's saying that the zeal is properly guided. It's just not supernatural. So when someone says they have zeal, but no knowledge, it's saying, hey, we have zeal, but we have no direction. See, that fits with the argument of saying that they are actually trying to, do the action, but it doesn't actually get to the referent that they're wanting to, whether natural or supernatural. They're saying their natural action of worship doesn't reach God because it's misguided. That being said, we also have texts from other ecclesiastical writers like, I want to say, Clement of Alexandria, as well as St. Augustine, where he talks about the idea of pride and the idea of faith that these particular Jews would have in Romans chapter 10. Now, Augustine produces, Augustine produces a letter known as Contra Vigiliantis, or Against Vigiliantis. He makes a work basically trying to... Where is the... No, this is not against... No, that's Jerome's Against Vigiliantis. My bad. There is another passage. I know. It's Tractate, I want to say... Sermon 79. Here it is. This is Sermon 79. Against the Donatists. And St. Augustine goes through this misguided to thee God. If you're misguided, then again, right, you're not reaching God. Right? Like the Vatican position is they've reached God, they've just done it wrong. Right? They've naturally reached God, and so they're naturally worshipping God, but they're worshipping God wrong. Whereas what Paul is saying is they tried to reach God naturally, and they didn't get there. They actually ended up somewhere else. So they didn't actually worship God, they worshipped something else as a mistake. If you look at Sermon 79, Augustine gives the definition of what it means to have a zeal for God with no knowledge. They have, he says, a zeal for God but no knowledge. What is this, O apostle, not according to knowledge? Explain to us what the knowledge is that you set forth, which you grieve is not in them, and what should be in us. He went on and subjoined and developed what he had set forth close, that is, they have a zeal of God but not according to knowledge. For they, being ignorant of God's righteousness and wishing to establish their own, have not submitted themselves into the righteousness of God. Bear in mind, submitting yourselves into God's righteousness is an action, is the action of worship, right? That is what worship is. To be ignorant then of God's righteousness and to wish to establish his own, this is to look for glory from one another and not to seek the glory which is only God's. This is the leaven of the Pharisees. Of this the Lord bids aware. If it is servants, right, that he bids, that the Lord that bids, let us beware, lest we hear, why say you to me, Lord, Lord, and not do the things that I say? So these are the ideas where people say, you can't say to me, Lord, Lord, because Jesus says, I just don't know you. So he doesn't recognize the worship, but you can say that's just efficacy. But here, Augustine goes even deeper. What is it in Antichrist that we are in horror of? But that he is to honor his own name and to despise the name of the Lord. What else doeth he that saith, is it I that justify? We answer to him, I came to Christ, not with my feet, but with my heart. Where I heard the gospel, there I did believe, there I was baptized, and because I believed on Christ, I believed on God. So Augustine is pretty clear that when it comes to understanding who the Lord is, they do not recognize in worship the Lord. He that would take off the head, you do your best to kill both the head and the body. They are ashamed to deny Christ, yet they are not ashamed to deny Christ's words. Christ neither we nor you have seen with our eyes. The Jews saw and killed him. We have not seen him and believe. His words are with us. Compare yourselves with the Jews. They despised him by hanging upon the tree. You despise him sitting up in heaven. At their suggestion, Christ's title was set up. By your setting yourselves up, Christ's baptism is effaced. But what remains, brothers? But that you pray even for the proud, that we pray even for the puffed up, who so extol themselves. Let us say to God on their behalf, let them know that the Lord is your name, and not that men, but thou only are the most high over all the earth. Let us turn to the Lord, etc. He's saying we need to pray that they recognize God, that they know God. But again, that would mean that they don't know God, so they can't direct their worship. So Augustine is clearly saying that Jews are actually in error from the issues that they're basically saying. So they don't submit in righteousness to God, and so they are in, error, right? And because they don't submit in righteousness to God, they're not worshiping God.
Ignorant of the righteousness that comes from God and seeking to establish their own, they did not submit to God's righteousness. Paul's speech in Jerusalem and the writing of his letter to the Romans occurred in the late 50s, about 25 years after the crucifixion, when unconverted Jews weren't just ignorant of Christ, but openly rejected him. And yet Paul still says the Jews have zeal for God, and not something else like a demon. This description would also apply to Muslims who show zeal for God by praying.
By the way, to address the Acts 22 thing, the actual rumor was that Christ was a demon. The man that they were trying to say was Paul was like some sort of random rabid demon, so that was an issue.
5 times a day, but have not been enlightened to belief in God's triune nature. Another objection is that if we say Muslims worship God, then where do we draw the line? Will we say polytheistic pagan tribes worship God? Will we say Mormons worship God? First, this objection cuts the other way as well. Where do you draw the line on error about God, showing a person does not worship God? Some Eastern Orthodox say that Catholics do not worship God because Catholics believe in the Filioque. And here's Deacon Ananias in the debate saying that Catholics might not be worshiping God because their Eucharistic theology differs from the Eastern Orthodox.
Are you telling me I have to have an Eastern Orthodox theology of the Eucharist to worship the same God as you?
You might. You might, yeah.
Really?
Well,
Really?
Yeah.
Second, and more important, this is a continuum fallacy. Just because there might be religions where we don't know if they adore the one creator God doesn't mean there aren't religions where we do know if they worship God. Jews and Muslims have a long history of defending classical theism.
He's saying that this is a definite fallacy, but this isn't just like a definite fallacy on my end. Simply saying that it's the case that there's no line to be drawn would also work for you as well, because you committed a tu quoque. The objection is you have no line to draw. Right? So there is no actual line to draw. It's not a definite fallacy as much as it's a Sorite paradox. We know when someone's worshipping the true God, and we know when someone's worshipping the false God. Just because an Orthodox Christian, as an example, or a Protestant, can't really draw the line when, and most people draw the line at the liturgical service, doesn't mean that they're actually not doing the same thing. That being said, Catholics would need to be able to draw a line, given the fact that you've already drawn a line in the sand between two groups, Christians, Muslims, and then other groups, right? So you have drawn some sort of definitive standard outside of Christians of people that do worship the true God.
God being infinite being itself. Mormons, on the other hand, reject
No, Muslims do not believe that God is infinite being itself.
classical theism. And at least some of them think God is an...
I don't, you know, I don't think they believe in the essence existence distinction. And I don't think they believe that essence is their existence. So
exalted man.
Ah, look at that. The line is for the monotheistic God. Okay. So could I have a person that just believes in Woden believe in the true God as well?
And that Jesus is a creature who, along with Satan, have the same spiritual father. So Mormons do not adore the one God, creator of all things. While Islam was often seen in the past as a kind of Christian heresy, Father Luis Ladaria said, quote, "One cannot even consider that this Mormon doctrine is a heresy. The teaching of the Mormons has a completely different matrix." Another objection is that this kind of reasoning commits the quantifier shift fallacy. Billy has a mom, and Teddy has a mom, but that doesn't mean Billy and Teddy have the same mom. Likewise, Christians worship a God, Muslims worship a God, but that doesn't mean Christians and Muslims worship the same God. That's true, but you can avoid the quantifier shift fallacy by adding more attributes to what is shared.
Ah, adding more attributes. But that's only if you agree on what those attributes mean or what they are, right? Can we agree on that? Okay, let's go.
Between two people. Billy has a mom who is the principal
now,
of the...
I do want to say to the Superman argument before, right? When it comes to the identity of Clark Kent and Superman, Lois Lane, this is the first time Clark Kent has ever told Lois Lane, I'm actually Superman. So she doesn't really have much reason to believe it. Whereas when it comes to knowing the true God, ever since the inception of the Torah with Moses, Jews have been revealed the mystery of the triadic nature of God. So they've always had centuries to millennia to understand the doctrine of the Trinity through dozens of prophets that have been divinely inspired to communicate that belief with. They were preparing for the incarnation. In fact, that's why we have those preparations for the gospel. I just wanted to say that point.
The only school in town. And Teddy has a mom who is principal of the only school in town. So we can say Billy and Teddy have the same mom. Christians and Muslims worship the one God who created the universe. They may be...
No. What if that one God... Okay, what if the term created the universe means a different thing? If a Muslim believes Allah keeps the universe existing, and that's what they mean by creating. And Sig, orthodoxy has no binding teaching on this matter. To me, this argument against Catholics sounds really Protestant. Both can appeal to fathers. Again, binding means that you have to believe it. All Orthodox clerics believe that like the Islamic God is irreconcilable with the Trinity. As far as Patriarch Bartholomew is concerned, as far as Kirill is concerned, as far as Theodore is concerned, as far as all of the patriarchs are concerned, that is the case. Yes. Also, most bishops and metropolitans, when polled on this issue, have answered that Muslims and Christians don't worship the same like deity. You want my evidence, you can email every single one of them and just ask them, you know.
Be mistaken about what the creator is like, but we can still say that each worship the same being that created all things.
Okay, so to get back to my analogy, okay, so let's say, for example, a Muslim says, I believe that Allah keeps the universe in existence, and I say, I believe that God created the universe from nothing. Bear in mind, Muslims do not believe in ex nihilo creation. So their idea and attribute of ex nihilo creation aren't identical, right? They're not the same attribute because there's different types within that attribute. So the problem there would be they can't even refer to the same attributes. So what other attribute? Okay, the one merciful creator. Well, when I say the merciful creator, I'm saying the one who has mercy on everyone. But Muslims are saying the one who has mercy only on specific people. So therefore, it's not the same property again. So this is, again, not the same kind of attribution. That's an issue.
Although Christians and Muslims offer this being different kinds of worship, one natural adoration, the other supernatural adoration. Finally, some critics say Vatican II contradicts previous magisterial teaching. This was Jay Dyer's argument in the
This I don't really know or care about, but if you want to say it contradicts teaching, it's fine.
debate on capturing Christianity, though it was totally irrelevant to the topic of Christians and Muslims worshiping the same God. All Jay proved, at most, was that one or more non-infallible...
Aren't there nomo-canons that literally declare against it? Also, like, John of Damascus's philosophical chapters are dogmatic chapters on heresy, so...
statements were in error. Not that Catholicism itself is...
Because everyone accepts John of Damascus's writings on the faith. As a matter of fact, if I go to John of Damascus, Troparia. Yeah, here it is. Champion of orthodoxy, teacher of purity and true worship. There you go. The star and teacher of the church, the defender of the doctrines. There you go. The enlightener of the universe and adornment of hierarchs. Right. Your teachings have gleamed with light upon all things. So, yeah, this is pretty clear that his teachings are actually, you know, binding on the entire church. So, yeah, John of Damascus's teachings seem to be binding on the entire church. So...
false. Jay even admitted the statement in Vatican II about Islam is ambiguous, which means it can be reconciled with other statements on the subject.
True. That actually is true.
Since the alleged contradictory meaning is not explicit in the text.
My argument is that Vatican II causes the ambiguity by saying that Muslims worship, adore.
I know that there are Christians and Muslims, each turns to the same God creator, and in response to that, each of us receives real divine help. I cannot see this 2017 Easter sermon, mate.
The one true God and know him. That ambiguity leaves it open as if that worship is accepted and that it is a genuine pipeline to God.
But if it's ambiguous, that means it doesn't have to have this problematic meaning. The previous Catholic statements...
But then that means you've already accepted that it's a problematic reading.
Jay showed in the debate were medieval popes and...
If it's a problematic reading, then like the last 20 minutes or so have been bad and needless because it's a problematic reading. So to try and demonstrate that it's not a problematic reading, it's bad.
Councils talking about suppressing Muslim and Jewish worship, along with one quote that's probably a misquotation about demon worship.
Oh, the way he said probably a misquotation. I love that.
At the very least, isn't a magisterial teaching.
Well, it was given at the Council of Clermont, and the Council of Clermont was actually an infallible council, and that speech was given in the teaching the entire Christian world at the time to go against Muslims.
True, there were crusades against Muslims, but there were medieval crusades against Christian heretics. But that didn't prove...
Yes, like the Albigensian Crusade, but again, that's the Cathars, so...
The church thought those people did not worship God. You can worship the true God in the wrong way and be punished for that. A lesson Nadab and Abihu learned the hard way in Leviticus 10. Moreover, the channel Catholic Truth has shown, going back 1,000 years from Pope Gregory VII to theologians like St. Robert Bellarmine,
cool,
to Pope Pius X and other pre-Vatican II popes, that the church has always recognized that Muslims and Jews aren't like other non-Christians because they do worship the one God. Jay also claimed the modern Catholic Church has committed apostasy because it violated the 64th Apostolic Canon and the Council of Trulo's injunctions against entering locations of prayer with non-Christians. But Jay has no basis to say which canons apply today.
He has no basis? He does actually have a basis to know which ones. You can look at the canons. The canon lawyers really are extensive on the various canons that work today and the canons that don't work today and the application of those canons. A good introductory book for Byzantine canon law is Louis J. Patsavos's book, his Introduction to Canon Law. That will get you a sort of start on it. Oh crap.
And which do not. The apostolic canons also say a priest should be excommunicated if he enters a tavern. And the Council of Trullo says you can't seek help from a Jewish doctor. The Catholic Church has an advantage over Eastern Orthodoxy because the Holy See is capable of teaching universally through mechanisms like the Universal Catechism, the Catechism of the Council of Trent, centuries before that.
The Catechism of Petra Mahila is universal. The Catechism of Philaret of Moscow is universal. The longer Catechism of Philaret is universal. The Philokalia is also something that's been taken, as well as the Rudder. So the Pedalion is another thing that people have. So they have all these canon law documents. It's just that they apply them as they see fit. They've also had councils that have been accepted throughout time. For example, the council in the 1930s, which condemned Freemasonry, as well as the council from the Roquefort bishops that condemned ecumenism, which has basically been a safe stop against the worries that the ecumenical patriarch is going too universalist or going too ecumenist. So they do have councils and they do have ways of binding and enjoining things on the faithful. They just don't have to rush to update everything every single second out of fear of not being the true church anymore.
Canon law before that, and papal bulls before that, and so on. It's capable of teaching the faithful what they are to believe. The faithful aren't left sifting through scripture and previous church teachings by themselves or with the help of their favorite YouTuber.
True. Do not use me or any YouTuber to sift through things. Go to your spiritual father or your local bishop, who you should always be in contact with to the best of your ability to understand how canons are applied if you really have an issue canonically.
So let's tie all of this together. I don't think it's helpful to say Christians and Muslims worship the same God.
Okay.
But if God's existence can be known by reason, then some non-Christians can come to know that God exists.
True. Yeah, true.
And they can offer natural worship of God.
Why can they offer natural worship of God if they know he exists? I don't think that follows.
Worship is not salvific, but it's better than
I just want to see how that follows.
atheism, animism, or polytheism. It's something a missionary can build upon to lead a person to full knowledge of the true God. I find this topic is usually brought up by people who want to disprove Catholicism, which is unfortunate because the Catholic...
Which is unfortunate, but I do this just with general people that want to say, oh, we should all kumbaya. We shouldn't. We should be honest with each other, and we should not use any indifferentism. As a matter of fact, Patriarch Bartholomew is against religion indifferentism.
Church has the fullness of worship we want to share with all people, be they Jews, Muslims, or anyone else.
Okay.
Pope Paul VI put it well in his encyclical Ecclesiam Suam that he wrote during the Second Vatican Council. He said this: obviously, we cannot agree with these various forms of religion, nor can we adopt an indifferent or uncritical attitude toward them on the assumption that they are all to be regarded as on an...
Hold on. How do you know that Odin isn't monotheistic? What about Balder? Balder has been syncretized as the monotheistic idea of Jesus, so would that be okay?
Equal footing, and that there is no need for those who profess them to inquire whether or not God has himself revealed definitively and infallibly how he wishes to be known, loved, and served. Indeed, honesty compels us to declare openly our conviction that the Christian religion is the one and only true religion.
What about Advaita Vedanta Hindus?
And it is our hope that it will be acknowledged as such by all who look for God and worship him. If you like today's episode, check out Joe and Jimmy's takes on the subject in the links below, and I hope you have a very blessed day.
Thank you, man. God bless you, Trent. I appreciate the video. That is it. That is literally everything. I finally got through every single video that people have had. It was a doozy. It was a real doozy. It was a real doozy. But yeah, by the way, I wanted to go through the exact quotation of the Superman thing a bit more because I found that really cool. But I guess we have to react to the whole Dion situation, right? Should I have uploaded that video, guys? Was it mean what I did?
See, I've lived in Metropolis.
Advaita, not Adventa. Advaita. Advaita Vedanta. That's how I say it. I don't know if that's the way that you're supposed to say it. Where is it? It's just too late to stop. Put your heart in a headlock. I won't believe any of it. This topic needs it. Okay. Let me see King Sylv again. Alright, so this is King Sylv, and okay, he's not live. Love, I'll send you more peace. Why has Orthodoxy not had an ecumenical council in 1,000 years? Nothing to deal with Prots or postmodernism. The Orthodox Church has had surprisingly many ecumenical councils, or councils that hold ecumenical weight. The Palamite councils hold ecumenical weight. The Synod of Jerusalem in 1672 holds again ecumenical weight. So yes, they've had ecumenical councils on that level. But again, you wouldn't be able to have an ecumenical council if you don't have the entirety of the faithful with you. As a matter of fact, and this is what I find hilarious, the Pope neither can have an ecumenical council as it stands because it's missing 4 out of the 5 patriarchs. You need all 5 patriarchs there for a council to be considered pentarchically ecumenical. So, but if what you mean by an ecumenical council is simply a council that has universal authority, then the Orthodox Church has had many ecumenical councils, and so there's no issue with that. Can you check out Brother Garfield's podcast? Okay. Anyways, this is a real shame, man. Oh, it's got a message here. Okay. Facts. Oh, Nadu, man, you disappointed me, man. You disappointed me. I don't understand why would you do that, man? Why would you do that, man? If you want ecumenical councils, you have to come to Rome. Okay, we're gonna open up a StreamYard link. We'll open up the StreamYard link. Mods, I'm gonna send the StreamYard link in now. Mods, go ahead and just keep putting in the StreamYard link for people to come up if they want to speak. It should be fun. Facts. Sig said that the Trinity was in the Quran. What nonsense he had to backtrack and said it rejects Jesus as God in the Quran. Hopefully Sig watches your stream and learn the Quran. Sig shows a lack of understanding in the Quran. Okay. So, you know when Sam Shamoon makes the argument that the Quran teaches the Trinity, is he just wrong? I'd love to know. I just want to know. When Sam says the Quran, actually, according to them, would have a Trinity, given that the Ruh HaQudus is God, or you say the Quran is God, Jesus is God, and Allah is God. You know. Join to discuss what? I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight you. You've been just making comments all day. So if you want to talk, you can. Sig versus Sylv debates. Yeah. I think if Sylv knows, if Sylv knows, I mean, I don't think he wants to debate me. I don't think he does. So I don't think it's gonna happen, right? But you know, I'll be here, you know, waiting. I'm not gonna start any beef with him. I didn't even know he was watching my videos. Okay, like we used to debate together, but I didn't even know he was watching my videos. You were being harsh on Rome, so I spoke up. How was I harsh on Rome? Okay, Isaac, you can come up and speak. Okay, you were saying a lot. Hey, we got a guest up here, Michael Lee Yao. How are you?
Yo, wait, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. You're just not on the stream screen because I have mine on the other screen.
Oh, okay. Well, can your audience hear, or I don't know?
Yeah, they can hear you perfectly fine.
Oh, okay. God bless you, man. Dude, I just wanted to say thank you for doing what you're doing. I think that it's very necessary, especially with a lot of the controversy that's happening right now.
Oh, okay.
The thing is that at least from my perspective, it's the thing that has been so mind-boggling for me is that you don't even require Protestants. Now, I'm a Protestant myself, but you don't even need a Protestant or an Orthodox to say that we believe in different gods. They themselves, the Muslims, the Islamic apologists, they themselves say it for us.
Yeah.
Because they literally say, I mean, if you see a lot of like panels on TikTok, they usually say that, what is it? I'm trying to think. It's like in their panels, they'll say, well, Christians believe in three gods. Yeah. Right? Like that's literally the foundation by which they operate. And so I just, if there's one thing that I wanted to maybe contribute, if that's okay, is just based on the papal research that I've been doing. Are you familiar with Quia Corundum?
Hold on. I'm just trying to put something in. Talk to them about Quia Corundum real quick, please.
Yeah, so Quia Corundum is essentially a papal bull that came out within the 1300s. This was during the Franciscan controversy with Pope John the 22nd. What it was that basically they had this extreme view of poverty. This is based on the works of Brian Tierney in his book called On the Origins of Papal Infallibility.
Yeah.
And what it is that they essentially, and I'm just trying to like recalibrate my memory. I'm a little bit slow today, so I do apologize. This papal bull, if I were just to like put it very short, it condemns papal infallibility. Like the Pope himself literally condemns papal infallibility, or the notion of it. The reason is because the Franciscans, these Franciscans who had an extreme view of poverty, what they did was that because of Nicholas III's declaration on called Exit, EXIIT, or three eyes. as if he was affirming their doctrine of extreme poverty, the Franciscans thought, well, in order for this to be kept in line for the next successors, we need to advocate for some level of infallibility so that subsequent popes are not able to question it, right? Or basically to reverse its decision. What happened was that John the 22nd, and this is one of the papal bulls, and this is in Brian Tierney's work, it's also cross-referenced with August Hassler, as well too in his book, How the Pope Became Infallible. He notes that Pope John the 22nd literally calls this doctrine a pestiferous doctrine, and he literally calls it, its origin is the father of the devil, like the father of lies. It comes from the father of lies. Essentially saying that it's, you know, of the enemy. The reason is because during the 1300s, you had to, like, the Pope during that time, at least John the 22nd, he could care less about his own infallibility. What he cared more about was papal sovereignty. If infallibility was in place, the problem is that then it puts a limit on papal sovereignty to either make changes or reversals on decisions of previous popes. And so now you have a problem. Because even though, yes, they condemn papal infallibility, but the problem is that that means, number one, it wasn't universally understood the way that Vatican I and Pastor Eternus would put it. You know what I mean? There's no way. And the second thing is that, I know I'm outside right now, but so I'm just going to be on here for a little bit. But the point is that it's kind of strange that you have a pope that is literally condemning a notion of infallibility, condemning the notion that says that subsequent popes cannot question the decisions of previous pontiffs or reverse its decision. And this is what Brian Tierney calls, and Brian Tierney, by the way, he himself is a Catholic scholar. He notes, he says, it's like all statements are considered to be infallible until it's convenient to change it. And by infallibility, that's, in definition, it's supposed to be irreformable. Am I correct in saying that?
So infallible just means it can't be wrong.
Right.
So if it can't, so presumably if you can't be wrong, it can't be different.
Right, exactly. And of course, like, you'll have to apply some level of development of doctrine to try to smooth out certain inconsistencies within church history. Right, because this is John Henry Newman's development of doctrine hypothesis. Right. But the problem is that now, not only does it make any of those claims like unfalsifiable, it leads to a point where you're just now moving the goalposts, which is exactly what we saw with Trent Horn. The thing that bothered me so much I think what bothered me the most in that video was when Trent himself said, he said that, well, God could have allowed providentially the era of Islam to exist in order to turn people away from polytheism so that it prepares them for the gospel. But the problem is that Islam, by definition, is antithetical to the gospel. I mean, the Quran makes it very clear, وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُمْ, meaning that they neither killed nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think a lot of people say, like, I make the point that the Quran is like directly addressing like the Trinity, right? The whole "do not say three," you know, it's better for you, right? And obviously, people say, "Oh no, like he's not rejecting the Trinity." What?
But that's the kind of the thing, though, is that it's getting to a place where, okay, well then this is kind of I think for me as a Protestant, it does come down to the point of, does this mean that there is a fallible list of infallible teachings, right? Specifically within Roman Catholicism, like with Orthodoxy, I'm not as familiar, so that's why I don't try to like comment too much on Orthodoxy. But in the ecumenical dialogues that I've engaged with, specifically more so Catholics, it's getting to a point where the authority structure is starting to become more delegitimized. It's when the authority starts to go awry. And then you have to bind the conscience of people to you're binding their conscience, even though if you say that you have the authority to bind them in truth, the problem is that now there's the potential of binding people into error. And to me, seeing how this happened and what Trent Horn is saying, to me, it's a slap in the face of towards those who actually do apologetics towards Islam, which you have done, which I have done, which God Logic and a lot of people. But even more so, it's a slap to the face of the Middle Eastern Christians who've lost their lives. It's a slap to to our Coptic brothers and sisters. And this is what's so ironic is that you have Pope Francis who canonized, which is part of the Roman martyrology, the 21 Coptic martyrs.
Yeah.
This is a problem. And so I can't take it. I can't take it seriously. And this is kind of the reason why I still remain Protestant. I'm a weird one. I try to be as ecumenical as possible, more so within the bounds of the Nicene Creed. I don't step outside of that. You step outside of that, you're not a Christian. That's clear as day. So, love my Orthodox brothers and sisters. I do love my Catholic brothers and sisters, but this is one case where I feel like this is the betrayal of the ages. This is one area where I draw a line in the sand. No, you cannot say that we worship the same God. Absolutely not. So, yeah, but I don't know if you want to say anything. I have to jump off soon, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I mean, I've been going for a couple of days now, and the only reason I've been going for a couple of days is not against Catholics. It's not like I'm trying to refute Catholicism.
Right.
I'm trying to refute Catholicism. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to refute Roman Catholicism because I believe they're a very good boon to the wider Christian community at large. So I think that they've done a lot of good. I just don't like the fact that that they can sometimes believe certain things that's pernicious about their beliefs. So, a little bit of ridicule here, a little bit of contra, there. It demonstrates what's bad about it.
Yes.
And this is really, really important as well. Because, I'm even reading, Ibn Kathir's whole history tie-up, This guy is going through this entire history of how the Christians came up with this doctrine of the Trinity. And he's going through this entire thing, where he says, do not say three, right? It's better for you. And it's okay, clearly they know that they're saying he's three. And that by three they mean the Trinity. It makes no sense. Obviously, the Quran gets the Trinity wrong. Right, he gets the Trinity wrong, but in no wise they're still referring to, ironically, the Trinity, right? If someone says I reject three gods, that's because they're recognizing that the Trinity is three persons. They just think the Trinity is three gods, and they're using the correct names and pointing to them. They're just wrong about it, and that's the real slap in the face.
Oh yeah, and I just think that and this is kind of the reason why to say that. I think the first part and how I heard about the Trent Horn video was one of my friends. He literally messages me. He's like, dude, you need to watch the Council of Trent video, Trent Horn. And I was like, why?
Yeah. He doesn't usually get involved in intra-Trinitarian, intra-Christian discussion. But I guess he would.
But this is what happened, though, is that once I saw the particular clip, the few seconds where he says, well, nothing infallible was really defined at the Second Vatican Council. Once I heard that, I was like, either you're outright lying, on purpose, or because even if it wasn't, and I've seen some Catholic sources where they'll say it's not it's not declaring any new infallible dogmas. However, it does say that they're reiterating infallible dogmas of before. And so that's where I start seeing problems. And this is very, to me, this is serious. And I have to say, I have to draw a line in the sand. I'm like, there's no way you can justify this at all. It just gets worse and worse. And even with Michael Lofton literally said that, according to,
I haven't seen Michael Lofton's one. I wanted to respond to Trent's one because I think Trent is very reasonable with the way that he tries to approach topics and things. So.
Yeah, so Michael Lofton specifically said that the good parts of each religion, whether it's Hinduism or within Islam, you can find salvific, like basically using the word salvific, that it can potentially be saving, that the Holy Spirit can work through people through the quote unquote good practices of said religion.
Jeez, man.
And I saw that and I go, what did the early church give their lives for? I mean, just reading the Old Testament, how God took very seriously false worship or false idols against his own people, Israel. Right? I don't understand that. But anyways, I know that my time's up. I have to like run back into a Bible study. But
okay,
so good seeing you, brother.
All right. Thank you, man. That's so good seeing you. Take care.
Mad support.
All right. Take care, man. God bless you. Thanks for the support. Oh, Steph, what's up?
Hello. God bless you, brother.
God bless you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I was listening to your whole live and just thought I'd come up and give my 2 pence.
I'm so
Can you
sorry.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. I'm so sorry I had to listen to like, what was it, like 2 hours of me waffle about theology. So thank you, bro.
Yeah, I don't think it was waffle, my friend. Like, obviously, I'm a Catholic, but I didn't really hear about this teaching before I became Catholic. So I'm kind of like, I'm in a stage where I'm thinking maybe to either, because obviously before I became Catholic, I was like anti-Islam, like very anti-Islam. Like I didn't want Christ associated with Islam at all. Now that I'm listening to all these debates, I'm more thinking, okay, either I submit to the church on their teaching, or I decide, okay, the church is not true because of this. And me right now, I'm leaning more towards submit because I don't see how the I can know more than the church. So I just want to get your opinion on that.
Listen, I'm gonna say this, bro. You can't sin against your conscience, gang. Like, end of the day, bro. There are certain things in it. Like, here's the thing about Vatican II, yeah. These Catholics will tell you, hey, don't worry, brother. It's not infallible, bro. It's not magisterial, gang. It's not. It is. It is.
Yeah, but then I would have to say to you, what is not sinning against your conscience? Because, like, think of a Protestant, yeah. I've seen a lot of Protestants, like, say Catholics and Orthodoxes as well, worship Mary.
Yeah.
For them to become Orthodox or Catholic, quote unquote, is a sin against their conscience. Like, I've seen some Protestants say to become Orthodox means to, like, leave the true gospel. To become Catholic is to embrace works-based salvation. So at what point do you, like, submit your intellect, basically?
I think there are many times where you do, but I think, like, when it comes to, like, the cases of, like, Protestants rejecting Orthodox dogmas and doctrines, more time, the things that they actually have a problem with, you could probably just find them in Orthodox Christianity anyways, and as well as Catholicism. Like, the Orthodox Church rejects original sin. Like, no, they don't. It's right there. Oh, the Orthodox Church rejects the atonement. No, they don't. It's right there. But when you know something is blatantly wrong, for example, when they say, like, the whole, like, icon veneration, more time, it's not because they don't want to kiss an icon. It's because they feel like they're never going to be on an icon. Like, that's actually, like, the main thing. It's like, how come this guy gets to get a kiss, but I don't? That's it. Like, that's the bottom of their heart. Whereas when people are like, you know...
I've not heard that one before.
No, I'm not talking about that is the actual argument. I'm talking about that's their sentiment and feeling.
Okay.
Like, so when someone said, like, for example, when someone says, like, oh, like, I just don't know where in the Bible it says it, man. I'm like, okay, there's nowhere in the Bible where it says that you should use microphones and able to do that. Oh, it doesn't contradict the gospel. Neither does it to kiss a picture of a guy that was holy. It doesn't. Right?
Okay,
There's nothing.
Some people would say it does. They would go to Exodus.
And they're going to go to Exodus and they're going to say all a bunch of things. And then you'll explain it to them and you'll say, hey, okay, cool. So clearly this thing isn't an idol, like we both agree. And clearly this thing that isn't an idol represents someone that is holy, which you both agree was probably a holy guy and lived a very holy life. Kiss it. No, I don't want to kiss it. Why? Well, I think it's idol worship. We just established it's not idol worship and you agreed with me with your heart. So what's in it? Now, when it comes to like this Roman Catholic stuff, it's like, okay, are Jews and Christians worship, Muslims and Christians worshiping the same God? No. Okay. But the church says yes.
See, okay, when I first before I was Catholic, I was kind of Protestant. I definitely didn't think Muslims and Christians worship the same God.
Do you think they do now?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning more towards it, only because I've been listening to the debates. But at the same time, I have like I don't know if it's more like intellectual, emotional. Emotionally, I don't like it. Like I really don't.
Yeah, that's just your heart. But like the problem is like, look, whether or not it's infallible, right? The church is saying, in order for you to be Catholic, you have to believe what we just told you.
Yeah.
We're not even
I
telling
do
you.
get
We're not even saying it's like infallible, bro. I don't give a damn if you think it's infallible or not, bro. Well, bear in mind it is infallible. I'm not gonna lie, because it's if you saw the levels of Magisterium I put earlier in the stream, it is infallible. It's not extraordinary, but you're gonna have to believe what we're saying, and you can't just try your best. You actually genuinely have to believe it. You have to force your brain to believe it. Right? It's not a matter of like, oh, you know, I'm going to try my best. I'm going to like, you know, privately dissent. You can't dissent.
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that is that I understand the reference. I don't know the exact terminology. I'm not like that clued up on theology.
Yeah, no one cares.
But I understand the disagreement thing. Like let's say, is Muhammad a prophet of God? My reaction would be no. But if I'm saying no, then I can only say no if I believe we're talking about the same thing. That's when I started to understand, okay, I understand kind of the argument that Catholics are making. Emotionally, it still doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I could ask you, like, it could be very, very easy, right? Like, if I say, hey, are you the Patriarch of Constantinople? And they're like, let's say two people will ask you, right? Let's say one person believes that they are the Patriarch of Constantinople. The other person says that they're the Patriarch of Constantinople. And they say, are you the Patriarch of Constantinople? Both groups say yes. One person thinks Constantinople is in Istanbul. The other person thinks it's in New York. Now, they both have a disagreement about being the Patriarch of Constantinople, right? But it doesn't mean that they're referring to the same Constantinople.
Yeah, but in one sense, they are. Like,
they're not. They're just using a word. The word doesn't refer to anything, really. Like, you can disagree, bro. We've disagreed all the time about things that you don't understand. The whole point of a disagreement is when you don't understand something and then you just say no. Like, if someone explains to you, like, if I explain to you a concept that you don't understand, you can't agree with me. That's automatically a disagreement.
Yeah. I would, if I had to think of Orthodoxy and Catholic, the only reason I'm kind of still like deliberating between, okay, do I now like move over to Orthodoxy or whatever, is simply because of the infallibility of the Pope. Now, my question to you would be, how do you have certainty of faith? Because, okay, this is a difficult matter for me, yes, but ultimately there's a lot of difficult matters for me, like predestination, free will, the worship of merit. Not difficult for me, but like difficult in general to understand theologically. Okay. And without the guidance of the church, would I have been able to come to these understandings in the way that, no. Okay. So I'm now thinking, okay, could this be one of those issues? And if it is one of those issues, why would I then defect from the faith? If I can only know it as true because of the church infallibly saying it's true, then how can I now defect?
Well, technically, this doctrine is saying that, you know, not only is the church proclaiming that it's true, because again, it's not an infallible definition of the faith, right? It's not an extraordinary definition of the faith, so it's not protected with that character of infallibility. It's actually something that you can just know with logic.
Yeah, I do. But at some level, I watched like the J. Dyer debate and the Trent debate. There were arguments on both sides, like what's it called? Yeah, I heard good arguments from both sides. The one that really stood out to me was probably Act 17. Obviously, I think a lot of people have different interpretations of what Paul is saying there.
Yeah.
And probably like Romans 1 natural theology.
Yeah.
But yeah, but by my own knowledge, I also think that I'm very like capable of getting this wrong. So I don't really know, like, because these are like really like you need to think, like you really need to think on topics like this. It's not like a straightforward thing. It's more so like people talk about reference dichotomies and all this stuff. Like I'm not a theologian.
Yeah, it's mad. It's not even theology. It's just bare philosophy and that's just people just spewing.
Yeah, philosophy is obviously, I don't understand it too.
Yeah. I get you, man. You don't need to feel like you need to know these things. I think ultimately, right, if the church is saying something and then the church is said, like, for example, right, there was a thing that we used to do as Christians. I'm going to put it on my screen because people will know. This is in Daniel Sahas's book, Byzantium and Islam. In this book, right, he goes through the idea of, you know, believing in the same God or whatever. It's right here. Let me see. No, I'll just share entire screen. Who cares? Right? No, I'm going to share the system audio. Okay, so here, right, this is the Holospheros, right? He basically asks the question as to whether or not Byzantine theologians, i.e. Byzantine Christians, used to believe that Christians and Muslims worship the same God. Before becoming catechumens, they would actually denounce the God of Muhammad and then accept the God of Jesus. So this is what is known as the apotaxis, right? So the apotaxis is what you say to leave the former religion, and then the syntaxis is when you come towards the religion, right? As you can see here, apotaxis, the statement of renunciation, you depart from. Apo means go away. And then you have the syntaxis, which literally means siding with the Christian faith. So this was what was said by Muslims when they were converting. And this is what they say, like infallibly, liturgically. They say, above all these, they would say all these anathemas. Above Hello. Okay, I was muted. Can you hear me now? Hello. Okay, hold on.
This guy DC.
Hello. Oh. Is it too late to stop? Put your heart in a headlock. Oh, I'm back. He's gone. All right. Isaac, what's up? Anyways, let me get through this little anathema thing and then I'll be done. So they say,
Hello?
I anathematize. I can hear you. I anathematize the God of Muhammad, about whom he says, this is one God who neither begat nor was begotten, and no one was ever been made like him. Thus, by anathematizing everything that I have said, even Muhammad himself and his God, and by renouncing them, I am siding with Jesus Christ, the only true God. And then he says, I believe other stuff. So notice, right? They are denouncing the God of Muhammad, not just the faith that Islam, proliferates, but they're also anathematizing the God of Muhammad. And this was said by every single catechumen that ever converted from Islam to Christianity in around the 11th and 12th century. Every catechumen would say, I anathematize the God of Muhammad, if they came from Islam. So they can't be worshipping the same God, because part of you becoming a Christian is you saying, I hate that other God. I now believe in this one. Anyways, what's up?
Hey, Sig.
Yeah,
I just want to start with I've watched you several times before. I'm actually kind of a fan of your stuff.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I watched like 10 minutes of the Trent Horn video this morning, and then you happened to, I guess, YouTube algorithm knew that, and obviously I agree with Trent.
Yeah.
At least his position. I do believe that Muslims pray to the same God.
Okay.
In error. But I tuned in on your stream, and like I said, I like your stuff, consider your brother in Christ and everything.
No, thank you.
I feel like I don't know if you're doing it to be entertaining or that's just your personality. I feel like you were being a little, not like ridiculously rude, but there was some mocking or like sarcasm, and I felt like a little offended.
Okay.
I would just say if you could just sprinkle in a little like, oh, Catholics, brother, sprinkle that in at least, so viewers can know that you're just like, speaking still in unity, but I want to get that out the way. And then, but to continue with the stream theme, so you're telling me that Muslim, like the Palestinian children, when they're praying to God and they're crying and all this suffering, you're telling me that God is hearing this or rejecting their prayer?
God hears everything, but that doesn't mean that he's hearing them in the context of prayer. Also, Palestinian children in themselves don't know anything better. They don't have an idea of God that they're praying to. They're kids, right?
I'll grant that, but that's debatable. Like, I will say that knowledge is
Yeah, you
would
think a
be a spectrum
6-year-old
of
you know, most Palestinian children are under the age of 17. You think like a 12-year-old Palestinian child like really knows who
yeah.
God is?
I think when you're in trauma, I think the Lord speaks to you more. So I would say definitely.
Okay,
At that age,
so
I would.
okay, so a 12-year-old Palestinian child has done nothing but be Hamas and like read Quran and hate Christians. You know, they're not like siding with Palestinian Christians; they're killing us. So
Okay, that doesn't mean that their pain isn't legitimate. That doesn't mean they're not.
their pain's legitimate, and so are the bullets they're putting in the back of Christian kids' heads. Like that is definitely legitimate.
I agree. I would agree that they're not, maybe not producing acts of righteousness, perhaps, but
didn't even say
they're this. Satan is creates delusion, so they're under delusion, so they're suffering. They think they're fighting for God in error,
and they're praying
what I'm
to
saying,
a delusion.
And praying is worship. So when they're praying, is a form of worship. So you're telling me that God is that well, God's hearing it.
Yeah, God can hear it. God also hears when like idols worship you. You know, when you worship an idol, you're not worshiping God, are you? You know, when the Israelites, like for example, when the Israelites were worshiping an idol, God heard their worship. It doesn't mean that they were worshiping God though. Right? So these Palestinian children who've been radicalized by Hamas, when they're, you know, blowing up Christians, like for example, the suicide bomber in Damascus, when he killed a bunch of people, obviously he's doing it in opposition to the Christian God. All these Hamas fighters, all these soldiers, all these Palestinian children aren't thinking, oh, Jesus Christ. No, they're thinking, weirdo Christians, we don't even like them. Okay, so
okay, but let's not demonize the whole group, right? So what about the ones that are?
It's unfortunate. I'm not demonizing them.
I said suffering Palestinians. I didn't specify whether they were Hamas believers or not.
Hamas are suffering, and every single Palestinian child is under the governance of Hamas. It's not their fault. Unfortunately,
doesn't mean that they want a war, right? We don't know what's in their heart, right? God does.
70% of Palestinians do want a war, and over half of
so I'm
the
talking about the
Palestinians
30%.
are kids.
So let's talk about the 30% in this hypothetical, right?
The 30% don't want a two-state solution, and they also do not want Israel with them either. So they're only siding with Hamas. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying they're bad people.
We're getting sidetracked. My point is,
yeah.
So when they're saying Allah, right, which is God, right? When they're saying Allah, God, you're telling me God is hearing this, and God is up there like, you're not talking to me, but what do you want, kid? Is that what you're saying? Like he's listening, but he's not. He doesn't feel like he's not
communicating. He's not responding.
But
they're talking. They're not even okay. When they pray to God, do you think these people think, "Oh, Father, help me"?
They may not use the term. They may not use the term
I'm
Father.
asking you very specifically. Do they say, "Father, help me"? Do they think that they're talking to a Father that's benevolent?
I don't think they believe in the construct of the Father. No.
No. Of a Father. Do they think Allah is a father to them or a master?
I think it's a master. Yeah.
Okay, so as a master, right? So if they're a master to him, they're like, "Hey, master, please help." Yeah, our God isn't a master; he's a father. So
okay, but you're being hung up on a specific thought of when he's addressing God. So what if, for example, like I'm not gonna go into my whole story, but like basically I came into faith, 5-6 years ago. Okay. But I had a period when I was younger where I was kind of Christian, if you will, but I didn't understand the Trinity.
Okay.
So and I got baptized at that time.
Okay.
But I didn't understand it. So when I was praying to God, I didn't really realize Jesus was like, the whole, the Trinity.
Sorry,
you're saying me that my bet.
Wait, you got baptized as a Catholic 6 years ago, and you didn't know the Trinity?
No. I got baptized when I was 15, 14.
You were baptized,
but I didn't understand.
14. Okay.
Yes, but I didn't. But I wasn't really Christian at the time. I was just doing it, and then I stopped. I was only going to church for like 2 years, and then but I really was like a what do you call that? These people that believe. I was really like a New Age type of person. I believe everything was the same. But besides the point, it wasn't until I was like 25 where I began to understand what it symbolized, what it meant, what God was. So I'm saying my baptism should be ill and void then, because I didn't really understand the Trinitarian God.
Okay, what kind of baptism did you have? Was it like triple immersion?
Trinitarian formula.
Okay, did the Catholic
it was sprinkling. Yeah, Catholic Church, yeah.
Okay, so wait, your baptism was a Catholic baptism?
Yeah.
So wait, how were you?
I'm on the phone.
Oh, hold on. So how were you back?
One second. What is it? Okay. Okay. All right. I will. Hello.
Right.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So you were baptized Catholic, but you didn't know what the Trinity was.
No, I didn't. I heard the term.
How
I probably could have
did you get through the
That's a
RCIA
good question.
process?
Yeah.
How did you get through
That's a
RCIA?
good question. It wasn't stringent. I
Okay,
will
so
say.
they're just
I
letting
actually was
anyone.
very.
That makes no sense.
I'm blaming myself. I'm not going to blame the church. I was actually very corrupt. I was corrupted. So even in the class, I was like joking around and stuff.
Maybe
So I
that's
wouldn't
the-
blame this teaching for it.
Look,
It
but
was
you
me as a
submitted to the
teenager.
Catholic Church, though. You went through the process. So in that you submitted
Yeah, but
to the
not
Catholic
truly.
Church,
Not truly.
it was true submission because you got baptized.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I didn't want to say a joke I wanted to say, but my mindset was not what you're trying to paint it to be. It was. I was. I believe. I still believe Hindus were just the same as me. Like I didn't think. You get what I'm saying? Like I wasn't thinking like an actual.
What is
Catholic.
this? Okay, look. Here, I'm just gonna say this. Okay, you know there are Catholics, right? That you can be Catholic and not provide worship to God, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so as a Catholic Christian, you just weren't providing worship to God for a couple of years. That's it.
But baptism, me submitting to the baptism would be, yes.
Yeah, that would be an act of worship.
What do you need, bags?
Yeah, that would be an act of worship at that
You
one
need-
time.
Oh, you need eggs. Hold
Okay.
on, my neighbor needs some eggs.
Okay, cool.
Give me a sec. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I guess
fine.
he's baking cakes.
I'm gonna mute you so that you don't dox yourself. This Isaac guy is very nice, guys. This is the Isaac guy that we're talking about. But this is actually, yo, man, this is mad. Isaac needs to change his name to Russell Brand Jr. Don't do that, guys. Come on. He's helping his neighbor. I respect it. You know what I'm saying? I'm messing with it. I'm messing with it. I do have a lot of respect for Isaac going up. Yeah, bro. Like, bro. I'll be honest with you. It's kind of messed up what they be doing here. You know? Isaac, just text me when you're, like, ready to
Hello?
okay.
No, I'm ready. But like,
Alright.
but
So, like,
I'm just telling you what it was when I was 15. I've studied a fair amount. Okay. Well, my point is like my baptism was me worshiping, right? Because I submitted. I wasn't a
Sure.
baby, right? So I agreed to it.
I agree.
So
with you.
based on your logic,
Uh-huh.
my baptism should be null and void because I wasn't logically worshiping the Trinity. I wasn't rejecting these other false concepts.
Okay, but the act. Okay, so that wouldn't follow because the act of baptism isn't something that you're doing. It's something that God's doing on you. So baptism doesn't depend on you. It depends on Him.
Exactly.
Yeah, but worship does depend on you.
Me submitting to the baptism was a form of me worshiping God. I'm like, God, I'm going to.
You don't have to.
You're going to wash away.
So okay. So if you knew that concept and you submitted to the words that the Catholic Church was saying, you were submitting to the Trinity at that point. But
yeah, but not
doesn't mean
fully conscious of it.
Yeah. That's fine.
So that means
but the problem is with Muslims, they are fully cognizant because their religion requires you to be fully cognizant of Christianity. Like a Muslim.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, a Muslim needs to know who Jesus is, and he has to know that Jesus isn't God. In order to be Muslim, you have to know that as a fact.
But the same way I was under corruption or a delusion, they're under delusion.
No, but their
it's
religion,
not
their religion, in order for them to worship as a Muslim in their religion, it requires them to reject Jesus. It's not like, oh, I just so happen by delusion to worship Jesus. They are fully aware that this is what their religion requires, and that's the opposite of the Christian requirement. They are fully cognizant of that. Otherwise, they wouldn't be Muslim.
No, you can't. You can't say they're fully cognizant. No, you can't. Say, you cannot say that.
Could you name a single Muslim that isn't fully cognizant that Isa isn't God?
You're saying that they don't know of the claim of it?
Name one Muslim in the world that thinks Jesus is God.
I will agree that they're in error and that they're
That's
ignorant
not what
of
I asked you.
Jesus.
They're not ignorant.
I can't name one.
Okay, is there a Muslim?
How are you? Wait. How are you saying they're not ignorant?
Because
to me, they're ignorant.
Okay, so all Muslims know who the Prophet Muhammad is, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, all Muslims know who the prophets are, right?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so they know who Jesus is.
Yeah, they know of Jesus, same way as.
Okay, so they know that Jesus isn't God, right? They know that because Muhammad told them.
Well, you're giving from a negative, but okay. I would say they would say like Jesus is the prophet. Which is true.
Okay, and they know that he's not God.
Yeah, but you're acting as if that's in their mind all the time.
Yes,
maybe
every single time they pray to Allah, they say Ayat al-Kursi. Right? Okay, so Ayat al-Kursi is like one of their main surahs, right? It's Allah does not beget, neither is he begotten. Okay,
that's a stretch to say that they're openly declaring Jesus isn't God every time that they're praying or something like that.
Is our God begotten or not?
The Son.
No. God begets and he is begotten, right? Because the Father begets and the Son is begotten, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Muslims know that that's not true because they recite it every time. And whenever they recite Surah 4:171, they're saying Jesus Christ is nothing else than a prophet. He's no more than a prophet. So he's not God.
So you're not saying it's the fact that they don't have knowledge. You're saying it's the fact that they don't believe in a particular thing.
No, it's because they know what is true and they reject it. Like
the
whole religion of Islam.
You can't say that. You can't say they know it's true.
The whole religion of Islam is premised on the fact that Christianity is false. Right? It's founded on the idea that the Christian faith is false. And given the fact that the Christian faith is false, their religion is fine. That's what Islam is. So every time they pray to Allah, they're saying, Ya Rab, thank you for making Christianity false. That's actually what they're saying.
Yeah, but they're under, what I'm saying is like, they're under, most of them are under a delusion.
Yes, and who are they serving? They're not serving God.
Okay, so if someone calls upon the father of Abraham and Isaac, and they're saying that, but they're not,
Abraham, Isaac and Jacob. They never called upon
the God. I'm talking about the God of God of Abraham and Isaac.
When they say
they
do say Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. When they say Ibrahim, who are they talking about?
Abraham.
Where? Which Abraham?
The patriarch. What do you mean?
Which patriarch? Where do you find this patriarch?
In the Old Testament, you're talking?
So you think that Muslims refer to the Old Testament for Abraham? They say it's corrupted. They don't. They say it's corrupted. And I can know that for a fact. Any Muslim, when they say Ibrahim, they're not referring to the Bible. They're referring to the Quran.
Okay, but you're holding
so
the Bible.
It's not the same Abraham, is it? It's not the same.
No, that's a fallacy. You can't say, because you're not quoting the text. You're saying they're not quoting the text.
No, I'm saying they don't even have it in mind. They're not referring to the Abraham of the Bible because they think it's corrupted.
What do you mean? No. See, they're referring to the historical Abraham, which people say there's a historical.
In the Quran.
Oh,
they're not
but they're speaking of
the biblical
speaking
Abraham.
of an actual person.
They don't think that person is biblical. They don't think that person is biblical. They think the only idea of the historic Abraham, the only reference of the historic Abraham is in the Quran.
The only preserved.
Okay.
They would say
is
that
there
the Old Testament has
is there anything about Abraham that they believe is preserved and comes from God?
That the one God was his God, and that he received the covenant. They would accept that, which we accept. So
they see that in the Quran. They see that in the Quran, not the Bible.
No, but if you show them that verse in the Bible, the Muslims will say parts of the Bible was preserved. That part's preserved. So they're still accepting that part of the Bible.
They say anything that doesn't contradict the Quran is fine, but they don't think for a second that is actually referring to Abraham. They don't. Otherwise. Yeah, you know why? Because they think that text has been made, it's been woven with traditions of men. Like, for example, someone could write fanfic about me, right? Someone could write fanfic about me, and they could say, things, and they could say, like, have huge muscles. Now, I'm only going to take the things that agree with me, but I don't think they're even talking about me. They're talking about some, like, random idealized version of me that's clearly not me, right? Some other foreign fantasy entity that they've made up in their head.
Right. That's a great example because that proves my point. that they're still talking about you.
No, they're not.
They're talking about you incorrectly.
No.
They're talking about you incorrectly.
Fanfic is when you make an idealized version of the person.
Of the same person.
Meaning it's not the person.
So
meaning it's not the person anymore. Caricatures of people aren't people.
They're not identical, but it's still addressing the same person.
So they're different.
You ever seen these like political cartoons?
They're referring to different people.
You ever seen these political cartoons where they draw like a
because they're referring to the same person. It's not a different person they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
But fanfics talk about different people. The whole point of a fanfic is that it's not you. It's not you in the fanfic.
It's
an idol.
Yes.
No, it's an idol, meaning false you.
An idol of
a false you. Yeah.
It's still
so do you? Okay,
exactly,
hold on. Okay, so
and
idols.
that's how I think when they're praying to God. That's how I think.
So listen to what you just said. Idols are false gods, therefore, right? If idols are false god means that they are idols of God, correct?
Wait, if I was to draw an
idol of false, you said if someone idolizes false sig, that's sig. That's what you said. Okay, if someone idolizes false god, that means it's God, right?
No, it doesn't mean that. No.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me cut in for a second. So like, you say the false sig, right? And now if someone doesn't know you and they think that the false sig is the real sig. And so when they're talking about sig, they're still thinking about you.
No, they're not.
Even though all these parts are false.
No. So it's like saying, okay, if somebody made a false caricature of me and someone comes along and the person that made the false caricature of me points at the caricature and says, that caricature is sig, that thing. Whenever they think of sig, they don't think of me, they think of the caricature and refer to the caricature. They're never referring to me, ever.
A more accurate...
That's what's going on. Because Muhammad hears from a demon and the Muslims believe what Muhammad says, and Muhammad says, this thing is God. This thing is God. Not Jesus. This thing is God. And so the Muslims go, oh, God, the God of the prophets is this thing that we're referring to, this thing. Not Jesus, this thing, this other thing, this thing is God. That's what's going on.
I don't want to change the topic, but I just want to ask you this. Do you believe that the blessing that was given? No, I want to get this one answer and then we're going right back to this. Do you believe that the blessing that for 1 second, yes. Do you believe that the blessing that Ishmael received, do you think that was a blessing that carried on to the Muslims? That's all. Yes or no, and then I'll continue. I'll go right back to this analogy.
What? I don't care. The Muslims or what?
No, that's very important.
Why?
Whether you believe they have a legitimate blessing, because that means that they're still blessed. That means they're still cousins of the covenanted people. So that changes the whole narrative.
Okay,
if you view them as a cousin, or you view them as just like completely separate, unrelated.
So
because I see them as distant family.
Okay, so are Moabites, right? Do you think Moabites are part of?
No, they didn't receive that blessing.
They did.
The Moabites received the blessing.
Yeah,
you're talking about one of the tribes of the Canaan.
No, through Ruth. Yes, that's Canaanite tribe. Yeah, yes.
What blessing did they receive?
Yeah, so they received the blessing from being related to Abraham through Lot.
What was their blessing? No. There was not a direct blessing. That was Lot didn't receive the covenant.
Okay, does Ishmael receive the covenant?
No, but they received the blessing.
Okay, and
that's what
Abraham says
you
that
accept it.
So again, anyone that's connected to Abraham becomes right blessed. Same with Lot. Now, I want to ask you, what blessing does Ishmael receive? I just want to know. Like I didn't know.
I don't know. It was just he just says that I will bless you. Like
I will personally it's not Ishmael. So what was the blessing?
No,
what was the blessing?
No, that he would be blessed, and we can just
what
look historically.
Okay, so the blessing is that he'll be blessed. What's the blessing?
that they would become mighty nations, which they did. You can't deny the blessing of God. You look at the Muslims; they were
so
hand in history.
so saying that they're gonna be bare man does not mean that they can now pray to God. I just does not follow. It just doesn't follow.
What I'm saying that there is a link to them, to Abraham, is what I'm saying. And I'm saying, do you receive?
So is there a link for the Moabites to Abraham as well, bro?
Okay, but they received a special blessing.
No, they did not. It wasn't special. It was not special. It just said, "Hey, I'm gonna make sure that Ishmael gets like bare man." There was nothing special about that. Okay, like zero.
God did not say that He's gonna bless the Moabites, or that this Moabite was gonna be blessed.
So if yes, He did. He did say that there is a Moabite that will be blessed. You know who?
A Moabite, but Ishmael is the father.
An entire line of Moabites will be blessed. How about that? An entire line of people that were part Moabite were blessed.
I would like to see the text, but we don't have to do that right now.
The entirety of the book of Ruth.
Yeah, Ruth received the blessing, yes.
And who's Ruth's descendant?
Jesus.
So Jesus, who was part Moabite, was blessed, right?
You're stretching it.
How is that a stretch?
Yes.
Okay, so every single Moabite that ever came from Ruth's loins was blessed. Right?
Yeah, but the blessing was given to Ruth. Exactly. Ruth descendants were blessed, correct? Because she received the blessing.
Okay.
Ishmael was blessed, and his descendants received a blessing.
Their descendants didn't receive a blessing. Okay, so the blessing. Okay, so again, the blessing, right? The blessing is literally, we're gonna make you bare man. Like there's no like nothing else. The only blessing is Jesus.
What do you mean by bare man?
A lot of people, bro. a lot of people.
It was more than just a lot of people. We can't deny.
The word is bim me'od. It just means a lot of people. Now, if you said that I wanted to make them pious, it would be bim me'od, like Maimonides talks about. But it isn't.
What I'm saying is that the Ishmael knew of the one true God, or no? In your opinion,
did Ishmael knew? If you believe the Talmud.
Would a good father teach his son about the one true God?
Yeah.
So it's very likely that Ishmael could have passed that on.
You think Ishmael stayed in the knowledge that his father gave him?
Potentially. We don't have records.
We have records of what Ishmael did. In Genesis chapter 25, he literally abandons everything Abraham ever taught him, goes on to marry multiple wives, and basically just doesn't do the things that Abraham says anymore. So more likely, we can guarantee that he probably didn't stay with the things that Abraham asked him.
Well, doesn't mean that is King Solomon did everything you just said, and we accept that he knew of the true God.
Yeah, King Solomon knew King Solomon knew of the true God, but didn't worship him anymore because he clung to the love of his wives and stopped worshiping God. That's the point. There are groups of people, right, my bro, that can know God but not worship him, right? So this is when you have cognizant knowledge of God, but you just reject his worship and you decide to worship some other demon, like Muslims or like Jews, right? Then there are people that don't. Then there are people that don't worship God, that don't know God, and they don't worship Him. Okay, there's just two groups. That's it. So you can know God and not worship Him, and you can also just not know God and not worship Him.
Okay, but look, King David sinned, and in that moment, and then he still worshipped God. So
when did David commit the sin of idolatry?
When he worshipped lust over the god.
He wasn't worshiping.
Lust is an idol.
He wasn't worshiping. He did. He wasn't worshiping.
He bent the knee to the idol of lust murder.
That's not idolatry. Idolatry is the image of a. So idolatry is when you worship the image of a false god.
Idolatry doesn't exist today.
Lust isn't a god. Neither is what.
It's not a god.
Lust isn't a god.
Every single pagan religion has a god of lust. Every single one. It is a god.
Okay, so you can have multiple gods of lust. That doesn't make lust itself a god.
Are you saying it's only an idol if it has a statue to it?
No, it's only an idol when there is a specific spiritual reference to it, right? The concept of lust doesn't exist. It's not a thing, right?
I think it is.
There's no ethereal spiritual mechanism called the concept of lust.
It enters your body.
Lusts are literally just when you get led away by your own internal will and desires. Like lust is innate.
But what
in
led
all people.
you away? But what led you away?
Your will, your personal will, nothing else.
So you don't believe in demons?
I believe in demons. I just don't think that there's a god of lust. Like there's a god of music, or that there is a god of lightning, or there's a god of thunder.
So
you can make lust an idol, sure, but just because you fall to lust doesn't mean you've made that an idol automatically. That is not what it means.
How? If you submit
because you're not worshiping it. You're not.
Well, okay, so now we got to define. What do you mean? What do you mean? Because when I think worship, I mean serve.
Okay, when you provide,
I serve God.
Okay, when you give absolute servitude and obeisance.
And that's what he did in that moment. He denied God.
No, he did not.
And he served his lust.
No, he did not. He did not give absolute
He literally brought
servitude.
curse to the whole family.
Yeah, that's a really bad effect because the sin was so easy to commit. That's why. Now, when you're saying, okay, that a person is an idolater or something of this nature, you're trying to say that someone that's worshipping an idol can, at the same time of worshipping that idol, worship God. Let's say for a second, okay, that these things are idols in the truest sense of the term, that they're images of false gods, because everyone's going to get onto this like spirituality stuff. Okay, cool. Let me accept that. In that moment of David worshipping an idol, was he worshipping God?
No.
Okay, so I want to ask you, is there ever a time... Okay, so when a Muslim prays to Allah, right, who is false, right, is he praying to a true image of God or a false image of God?
He is worshipping a caricature.
Okay,
that was a good
which
analogy.
Is an idol. Are caricatures idols? Yes or no?
No, but the intent is to the same image.
Are caricatures idols?
No, but the intent.
Yes, they are.
They don't think. They don't know it's a caricature.
That's what a caricature is.
It's like if
I'm just asking you whether caricatures are idols. Are caricatures idols?
No, it's a misrepresentation.
That's what an idol is. Idols are images that can be true or false. Okay? Now, an idol is always the image of a false god. Right? So when they have their depiction of Allah, it is the image of a god that is false. Right?
No, but you're saying
is the Muslim representation of God a true representation of God or a false representation of God?
There are parts of the representation.
The entire representation of God.
No.
For Islam, the entire representation of God.
The entire.
Okay, because when Muslims pray to God, they don't pray to parts of God. They don't pray to parts of Allah. They pray to all of Allah. Right?
Okay, but do they believe Allah created the earth?
So this entire representation, I just want to ask you, this entire representation, is it true or false?
If you want a straightforward answer, I would say it's a false understanding of it.
It's a false representation. So it's either a true representation or false. So that means it is an image.
You're creating a false
dichotomy of a false god.
You're creating a false dichotomy.
Either the representation is true or it's false. There's no in between.
No.
There's no third answer.
Do you have any false understandings of God that you may be holding to? Oh, you have one false? You're saying because they have false understanding. That their whole God
we're
is
not
now
talking
fake.
about Sig's personal representation of God. We are talking about Muslims, the collective, the people, the religion, Islam's representation of God. Is Islam's, not Sig's, not yours, not one person, is Islam's representation of God a true representation of God or a false representation of God?
Can I answer the question how I want to?
Please answer the question. No, please answer the question.
Is if you want me to say yes or if you want me, are you creating a false
dichotomy? It's either true
yes
or
no?
false.
No,
it's a true dichotomy.
There can be true mixed in with false, and they can believe in true aspects of the true God.
A thing is either true or false. It's either true or false. There's no in between.
So when they say God, Allah created the universe, and we say God created the universe, is that true or false?
Pardon?
Yes or no? Is it true or false? When
it's true that Muslims say that Allah created the universe. Yeah, that's true. That Muslims say that.
And then our God created the universe.
Yes.
Oh, so that means they're the same God. Right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't follow. It doesn't follow. So I'm going to show you. Okay, so to make sense, right? Okay, when Muslims say Allah, what do they mean? What are they referring to?
The creator of the universe.
What do they mean by creator?
The one that spoke the universe into existence.
They don't believe that Allah just spoke the entire universe into existence.
So what do they believe?
They think that he wrote it. And they think that it wasn't from nothing. They think it was always there and Allah just keeps writing.
Wait. You're saying that they think the material world was
they don't believe
eternal.
in ex nihilo. Yeah, exactly. They don't believe in ex nihilo. When you say creator, they don't even think of the same
You're
thing.
bringing this to my. I've never heard this. If this is true, then that does change the creator term. I'm skeptical of it right now. Are you sure this is the majority view?
Yeah, I mean, go to as many Muslims as you can. Wonder if they're gonna say ex nihilo, bro. Ex nihilo is a Christian thing. Okay, ex nihilo is a thing that Augustine came up with to explain how the entire church has always believed creation from nothing.
So they don't believe that there was a void and God created it out of nothing.
No. They say that Allah created the worlds and that everything depends on Allah. It does not mean that Allah believes that there was nothing and then there was something.
Do you believe that?
Of course not. I think God can't create everything from nothing.
No, I'm saying, do you believe that God is sustaining the world?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe God is merciful?
But creator and sustainer aren't the same thing, are they?
Okay, well, I'm going to grant you the create. I'm going to take your word on it. The creator is slightly different.
But it says, but Vatican II says that they adore the one creator, not the one sustainer, the one creator.
They still think he's the one creator. It's just that the term creator is being used.
They don't think he's the one creator because they don't mean the same thing by creator.
No, but they still think he is the one to create.
Okay, so are you guys saying the same thing when you say creator?
The result is the same, yes.
No, it's not.
Yes.
The result is not the same because when you say one creator, number one, you don't mean the same thing by one, and number two, you don't mean the same thing by creator. So you're not referring to the same thing.
Yeah, but this is my problem with, like, I agree with what you're saying. Like, I will agree. That's why I'm not a Muslim. I like in theology. Obviously, I'm saying there's differences.
So then they're not worshiping your God.
Let me just ask
you a question, right? If let's say an Orthodox Christian comes around in like the 12th century, okay, or like a Muslim, right? When a Muslim converts to Christianity, do you think that there was a substantial change in the God that they serve?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
do you more revelation?
Do you think that they were worshiping the same God as before?
I would think there is a more evolved.
No. I'm asking a very specific question. Same. Do you think any Christian convert from Islam thinks that when they were worshipping Allah, they were worshipping the same God as when they're now worshipping Jesus Christ?
Yes, I do think that. There's just a more evolved.
They don't think that. They do not think that. I promise you right now.
There is not a chance
that a single Muslim convert to Christianity believes that when they pray to God now, that they were doing the same worship as when they were praying to God before. They don't.
They don't have.
I'm not saying it's about whether it's efficacious or not. They don't think they're doing the same action of worship.
What do you mean the same actions of worship?
They're not, because they're saying, okay, so Vatican II says Christians and Muslims together, meaning at the same time, right, in the same way, with us, worship the one God. So they worship in the same way, the same God Muslims do.
I don't see the controversy there. Like, because what you're trying to say
that
is
means that when Muslims convert, so that means that when Muslims convert to Christianity, there is no substantial change in worship. They're not worshiping a different God anymore.
No. So when we say the same God, right? I don't know if you're saying this, but you're assuming like, oh, it's the same exact God. Like they don't believe in the Trinity. It's like no. They're saying it's directed towards the Creator.
Okay, so I'm going to direct my worship towards the Creator. By Creator, I mean someone that did not create the world from nothing. That's what I mean by Creator. I worship the guy that did not create from nothing, but had everything already existing and he just keeps it in existence. That's Creator. Do you worship that God?
No, but you're going
good. So then you don't worship the same God. You just don't. You don't worship the same God. You just said it.
You're taking a general It's like saying the no, that's not that example. You're taking like the overall term and then you're dividing parts of the term and saying, look, it's not the same.
Term needs.
But
Okay,
it's
so
still,
what makes a term the same is if it's actually identical. Okay.
It's
but
not
when
identical.
You say, okay, so it's not the same. It's different.
No, it's the same as in it's direct towards the same thing.
No.
It's like someone
Are
said,
the terms the same?
The term is the same. Yes.
Okay, so then that means they mean the same
is,
thing. They mean the same thing.
Yes. The term is the same. The definition is variant.
You can't have different definitions of the same term if they mean the same thing.
It's like saying, "Are you an American?" Yes. Are you an American? Yes. And now define America, and they have totally. America sucks. This guy's America's great. Are they still talking about the same place?
No, that's not a definition of America. Saying America sucks is not a definition. Again.
Okay. Define America.
If I say
America's a horrible.
An American. Okay, an American is someone that sucks dick.
Okay.
Okay. What's an American?
America.
What's an American?
So you asking me seriously?
Yeah. What's an American?
A citizen underneath the Constitution that has human rights, etc.
Mm-hmm. I think an American is someone that gives head. Okay, so are we talking about the same American? Are we talking about that?
But you're being like fallacious. You're not being.
I'm not answering my question. Am I talking about the same American? By American, I mean someone that sucks dick. That's what I mean.
You're saying that to be dramatic. Like you're exaggerating.
Answer my question.
No.
Is it the same American? Am I referring to the same American? Am I?
I can show you several Americans that follow your definition. Yes.
Okay, several Americans follow my definition. I agree with the several definitions of people that do that. I agree with you. But does that mean that I'm the same American as you?
Not by person.
Thank
no,
you.
But
Thank
but
you.
Nation,
Thank
nationality,
you. Thank you.
Same nation.
Thank you. Thank you. See, you've done it. So when a Muslim defines all their terms differently from you, they're not even referring to the same thing. They're not.
No, but you're saying
because every time you use a word, time you use a word.
Established that.
Okay, so
haven't established that.
Could you give me the word? Give me a word, right? That you think that Catholics and Muslims define the exact same way. Well, Christians and Muslims, let's say.
Like any word?
Any word about God. When he says that they adore the one God.
The judge. God is going to judge us at the end time.
Okay, who's the judge?
God?
Jesus.
Okay, but that's God. They're not wrong.
So they believe. So when they say judge, when they know who Jesus is, they know exactly who Jesus is. And they actually repudiate the fact that Jesus is the judge of all. They say Jesus is not the judge of all. So they know, they're not ignorant, they know, right? So when I say the judge of the whole world is Jesus, they say it's not Jesus, it's Allah. I say no, Allah is Jesus. They say no. Are they referring to the same Allah I'm referring to? Because by Allah I mean Isa.
But my response is that they have the limited revelation.
They don't have it limited. They don't have it limited. They came after the gospel, so they have everything.
No, but they don't have our revelation. They don't have.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, they don't have it.
Yes, they do.
No,
they reject it. That's why they don't have it.
No. That's a strong statement. You can't say that. To say that is to say that God revealed it to them.
Yes.
And then they openly reject it to them. No.
Yes.
You hearing the gospel doesn't mean you receive the gospel.
Yes.
No, it's a difference.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. You can hear something and reject it. I agree with you.
But doesn't mean you received it and rejected it.
Yeah. You can't receive and reject something at the same time. What are you talking about?
No. What I'm saying is like
you either receive the gospel or you reject the gospel. You can't receive and reject at the same time, right?
The distinction I want to make is when someone knocks on the door and says, "Oh, I want to tell you about your Lord or Savior Jesus Christ," and then you knock the door, you heard the message but you didn't receive it. Then it's someone who actually converted, is a Christian, and then now they reject it. I don't want to follow it anymore. There's a difference. They haven't received the revelation.
So in order for hold on. Okay. I'm gonna say this. Did Jews receive the gospel and reject it?
Talking about the Jews at the time of Jesus?
Yeah.
See, this is the question I debate
oh my
all
God.
the time.
Could you please answer my question here? Did the Jews did they receive the gospel of Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. So they received Jesus and they rejected him. Is that what you're saying? that they received Jesus and rejected him? When did they convert?
My yes to that question was not a strong yes. It's to me, it's a hard question. I actually debate this all the time.
So then
like,
you can't answer it with Muslims then. Like, this is very easy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
What are you talking? How are you gonna tell me every Jew received Jesus and tell me for so certain? Is there a Bible verse that says that?
I don't think Jews receive Jesus, bro. I just don't think they receive Jesus, gang. I agree with John Chrysostom. John Chrysostom says that he hates the Jews. He does.
Did he receive
the rabbinics are bad?
You're asking me if the Jews received the gospel when the disciples
they didn't. They rejected it.
When the disciples themselves didn't know Jesus was God. When
did the disciples not know Jesus was God?
They were like, every time he did a miracle, wow, look, he did something. Well, if you knew he was God, you wouldn't be so shocked.
So you're not shocked when you see the Eucharist?
No, but I'm saying.
So there's no awe with you, even when you see the Eucharist. You're just like, yeah, that's normski, bro. Transubstantiation, yeah, I got that. That's you.
No, I'm
it's
saying
boring to you because you know, bro. You know.
No, but their commentary was different. Their comment it's like what kind of man is this?
Yeah, what kind of bread turns into wine? We do the same thing.
No, but I received revelation. They still haven't received the revelation.
That was revelation. That miracle was him revealing himself. This is what Pope Leo says.
You're telling me that the disciples...
Pope Leo literally says God's divinity shined forth when Jesus did miracles.
Of course. But I'm saying
so that's revelation.
I agreed, but I'm saying that the disciples received the full revelation of Jesus and his personhood when he walked with them.
Yeah.
Are you telling me in the Gospels they aren't constantly saying silly questions like, Jesus said he's going to resurrect, and
you
they're
say silly questions, right? Okay, Catholics say silly questions right now, even though they have the fullness of the faith, right?
What I'm saying, they didn't actually receive the fullness of the faith.
Okay, so you can have the fullness of the faith and ask silly questions. Same thing with the apostles themselves. Yes. Okay. Is it a silly question as a Catholic to ask whether or not Vatican II is infallible?
I think so.
Okay. Does a Catholic still have the fullness of the faith if they ask that question?
No.
So wait, you don't have... So a Catholic doesn't have the fullness of the faith if they ask whether Vatican II is infallible. They don't have the fullness of the faith.
Whether they ask or they're rejecting it, you're saying?
When they question, they never... the apostles never reject Jesus. To get back on topic, okay? You're saying Muslims pray to God. They don't. They pray to the thing... No, they don't. They pray explicitly to the thing that revealed the recitation to Jibril. That's who they pray to. Okay?
Yeah, they have
Is that God? No.
No.
The thing they're referring to. Anytime they direct their prayers to the thing, whatever that thing was. They direct their prayers to the thing that was revealed to Muhammad through Jibril. That thing. Who was that?
I debate on who that was.
Was it God?
No, it wasn't God.
Okay, so was it a demon?
It's possible to be a demon, yes.
Okay, so then the Muslims are praying to who?
No, I didn't say it definitely was a demon. I honestly view Muhammad more of a Balaam type of prophet.
Okay,
I don't reject him as a full prophethood. I think he was a corrupted prophet.
Wait, say that again?
I don't think Muhammad was... I think of Muhammad as Balaam. He had prophetic potential, but he was corrupted, and so he ended up falling. But to say that he, who took all the pagan Arabs to worship the God of Abraham and Isaac and a monotheistic religion, to say that he had no hand in God's prophetic future, to me that's it's like saying why did God allow this then? It's kind of clearly God allowed Muhammad to do this because the Christians were going to come soon. Right, so this is where I debate, why did God allow it? Because I do think they're corrupted. I do think they haven't received the full revelation. I think Muhammad...
Can I just ask you a question? Because I might have to wrap this up. So let me just ask you plain and simple. Do you think Muhammad could have been a prophet? You're a Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Do you think, as a Catholic, that Muhammad could have been a prophet?
I think Muhammad could have received revelation. Yeah, he could have.
From God?
It's possible, yes. Because he called upon the God of Abraham and Isaac, but I think he was like Balaam, where he sinned, and it was a failed, revelation. But
Balaam
it still brought people.
Balaam was a prophet of God, though.
Yeah.
Was Muhammad a prophet of God?
He was corrupted.
So was Muhammad just a corrupt? Was Muhammad just a?
Don't be
according
so
to
eager.
you,
Don't be so eager. I'm
cool.
speaking like theoretically.
Was Muhammad just?
I lean
so
towards
theoretically, you lean towards this. Was Muhammad
Yes.
just a corrupted prophet of God?
I have leanings to that theory. Yes, I do. This is me. This is me. This is not the Catholic. That's not Catholic.
Bro.
I'm talking about my own theory, just because they call upon the God of Abraham.
Okay.
And they receive the blessing.
I appreciate you, gang, man. Thank you for coming up. That was really nice of you. I really appreciate you watching my videos and stuff. I really do appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
Hope you had a very entertaining conversation. It was very nice to have you on the channel, man. Thank you.
Okay, Sig. It was nice to speak to you.
It was lovely to speak to you, Isaac. Always enjoy it. Oh my God. Oh wow. Oh wow, man. I couldn't even prepare myself for that. That was mad, bro. He really said, bro, he said Catholics, bro. Bro, man. He's gonna watch this back. He gonna hate me, bro. He gonna hate me. He said, Jay Dyer has Weiwei has said, Jay Dyer has stated it's like a string of numbers where you can have a set of 12 numbers. If you change even one, it's an entirely new set. That's true if you change the numbers. That's true. Or an entity. That's how Joshua Sijuwale argues. And I should probably go through his paper as well. See, can I be American? See, this is my problem, bro. I say like crazy arguments, and that's what it leads to. Anyways, we're zooming in on 4 hours and 20 minutes now, so we're gonna end the stream here. What I'm gonna do is the next time I stream, I'm gonna have like a dono goal for every day. I'm gonna aim for something. How much should I, in terms of dono goals, guys? Because I want to be honest with the chat, because we want to make sure that we can keep improving the stream. Because now we're getting consistent viewers, as you can see, bro. 75 viewers is sick, bro. Remember when we used to be only stream to 10, 20 people? So 75 is a really good boost for us. What is the dono goal that we should be aiming for in terms of this community? $12,000? Crazy. 25 squids? No, be real with me, man. I want to go 1K per viewer. Okay, see. How much is Tesco Mill doing now? What, 5? No, because basically, let you in on something. I need to raise money so that I can live to do my master's degree and pay for my rent whilst I'm up there. So I'm going to keep creating as much content for you guys. And that's it. You drop the Discord down, now drop 500. Trust me, the Discord is going to come out soon. I just want to make sure that everything is like really prepared, and then I'm going to like release it to the world. So that's good. 150 per stream. We can do that. We can definitely do 150 per stream. And we just have that as like a dono goal. Masters in what? Also maybe 100. Yeah, so masters is going to literally be in theology. I've already gotten the place. I've already gotten everything. But I want to be able to make sure that I'm financially okay to be able to actually do the degree without having to worry about what I'm going to eat the next morning. So again, don't worry, guys. Just whatever you can to help me on that journey. That'd be great. And that's it. So yes, we are grifting. So we will be seeing a lot more farming of aura. Nice, much blessings to you. I want to do a master's in gender studies. Do you think that's plausible? See, this is where you're dark, bro. I think it's good to do it. And I do want to say as a special thank you to every single person that's ever helped with this. Thank you. Please, please, and please send the money to Streamlabs. If you are going to send any donations, send it to Streamlabs, because YouTube takes like 50%. So that's fine. And make sure we send this to all your friends, as in the streams to all your friends, and we can get it popping again. I'm trying to conduct as many streams as I can. It's just hard because of different things. But yeah, we are going to take this stream down. We're going to upload it onto the Patreon. So if you want to see the playback of this stream, patreon.com/SIIIG1. As you can see, in the Low Socials down here. Make sure you get there as well. So thank you so much. All right, we are going to end the stream here. Take care, and unless King Silver's live right now, yeah, he wouldn't dare. Anyways, take care. I'm kidding. Take care, and God bless.